Hello and welcome back to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us as we are picking up on part 2, which is the afternoon of Washington versus Ali. Okay. Anyway, so part 1 was the morning session. Part 2 will be the afternoon session. And as promised, I wanted to show the videos that we are not seeing. So let's check out some of these videos that they are not showing us. Okay, so this is the bus camera. This is the bus camera video. Just bear with me while I pull all this up. All right, hold on just a second. Okay. All right, so that's the bus video. I don't understand it. They're not really. All right, so that's that one. Excuse me. All right, so that is, here's the witness video. So here's the witness video. So that was the bus driver video. All right, hold on. Okay, here we go. All right, so that was that one. Their faces are blurred. I don't know why they're not showing them. I mean, their faces are already blurred. I don't know why. Well, this judge doesn't want them to. This judge doesn't want them to be shown, I guess. Let me see if I can play that again. We can. Nope, I don't want that. Hold on a sec. All right. I can't pause it either. I'm trying to pause it and not letting me pause it. Yeah, he's got her in a chokehold. He's not just holding her by her hands. He's got his arm wrapped around her. So that's that. I was hoping I could pause that, but was hoping I could like pause that, but I can't. Kelly H, yeah, terrible, absolutely. Michael says, looks like from the videos he was on top of her and the other kids were hitting him in order to get him off of her. Did I miss something? No, that's exactly what was happening. He apparently, Dad comes up and he grabs her, spins her around, puts her in a chokehold, and then takes her to the ground. That's the way I'm understanding it. And then he's on the ground and he's choking her out. Her eyes roll back. She goes limp at one point, and the other kids, her friends, are like punching him, kicking him. I mean, I saw one kick, but they're punching him in the face, and he's just not. He's not letting go. Right. All right. Now here's here's him getting arrested. We played this before too, but we'll play this one. This is him getting arrested, and he says something about his car or the truck or something like that. That's what he doesn't want the car to get stolen. All right, so this is the first responder. This is the guy that's on the stand right now. Actually, what's his name? Sipal Hang. Well, I'm totally butchering your name. I'm so sorry. But anyway, this is the first responder. This is his body cam.
That's the suspect or victim?
That's the guy that was hitting the girl. Hey, God bless you. Yeah, thank you.
He
Well,
did. He was
hold on.
trying to kill her.
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back now. You guys step back. You can cross-reference my runaway call. The suspect aggressor is going to be
Really aggressive. So they're in there. They're in the school. They ran away.
Let me get my get up. Okay, we're gonna walk to my car over here, okay? Hang on tight. Okay. So just right. So you're detained right now, okay? You understand that? Okay.
I want to speak with my daughter.
You're not speaking to anyone at the moment.
Just I want to speak with my daughter.
You will not speak to your daughter.
Why? Is this my daughter over here? I want to let her to go to take her mom to home.
Okay, well, we're investigating a criminal investigation right now.
Just let me to tell her to take her mom, not like that. Just I tell her to go home, she will go home.
Do you understand each of these rights I've explained to you?
I want to speak with my wife. Let her go.
Do you understand these rights I've explained to you?
Zahraa!
It's a yes or a no, okay?
Zahraa, تعال هنا!
So everything's audio, video recorded, okay?
Okay.
So do you understand these rights I've explained to you?
حنين! زهراء! أخذ السيارة منها وديتها يبوقوها!
I need a yes or a no, okay? Or I'm going to assume you don't
أخذ
want
السيارة
to...
منها يبوقوها! السيارة يبوقوها!
According to one of the school staff, she ran inside to the admin building and was just saying...
So I watched another video, and that's they translated it, and he was saying he was concerned about his vehicle, if it was going to get stolen or taken or whatever. So that's him talking to his wife and possibly his daughter. You can hear him say Zahraa, and I guess maybe his daughter also. Not quite sure.
Somebody was trying to hurt her. I don't know if she's talking about probably, I'm assuming, her dad. And then at some point she walks back outside with mom and sister, located them in the school parking lot, and said she tried to confront her and she wasn't willing to go home with them, and ends up getting behind her and choking her, dragging her, trying to get her to come And then at that point, the bystander here interjected and tackled Dad and got him detained on the ground, and I got here and cuffed him up. She's 17. She doesn't want to go home to the parents, but that they're the legal guardian.
Yeah.
There's no...
Yeah, but is she going to start choking her to get her home?
Yeah. There's no...
It might be...
Well,
I think older sisters kind of catalyst a lot of the aggression or physical aggression in the house. I know Mott does like safe place for teenagers that are over 15. If she doesn't feel safe going home, I think older sister says older sister hit her with a broom allegedly.
Oh, really?
This summertime. Because she's like the disciplined with the family, older sister. So.
Okay.
I can speak with my wife.
Not at the moment.
زهراء زهراء شيل السيارة بالسويتش مالك الثاني ترى دولة حرامية بوقوها شيل السيارة ترى بالي بوقوها شيل السيارة منا
In the car.
Hey.
Let's go. Take a seat.
السويتش هناك بعد واحد عدش ثاني لا تعرفنا هذا ثامن عندي Hold on, let me get there.
Okay. Do you need medical attention at all, Lisa?
No.
Do you need medical attention at all?
Let me just talk to my wife.
So, Hassan, as soon as you get you in the car,
Get in the car.
Just a
and we'll roll
second,
down.
just a second, sir.
take a seat though, okay?
Just a second.
Get in the car.
I'm here. Just a second.
No.
زهراء تعالي هنا شوية.
Got him buckled.
Huh?
Got him buckled in.
Yeah.
I can do it. Come on. Do you need help with the other leg?
You guys will be fine.
No.
Okay.
It's not fine. How is this fine? How is this fine? How can you say that? How can you say that? How can you say that? Oh. أنا الدكتور جاء للهوا.
Assault, second DV,
طلعة. أريد الطلعة.
assault.
All right, so this is Mom. This is Zahraa. I believe this is Mom on the phone right here.
Okay. Do we know? Okay. Hey, so... Okay, I'm gonna make this clear, right? So you're... I'll have her give you a call.
Yeah,
Okay.
talk with her.
So I need you to take her home.
I'm not
Understood?
going
You need a...
All right, so that's her older sister. Her sister is, well, if she's 17, her sister's, I don't know if she's 19, 18, 19, or I'm not quite sure how old this sister. So this is her sister, and then that's her mom. Her mom's the other one on the, she's on the curb, and then this is his older sister.
Go home. So she can't be here technically. There's a trespass, right? It's not through city yet, but so Timberline wants her trespass, right? So remember that? There's a restraint, anti-harassment, right?
Yeah, but the whole family's there because
Understood. But technically, I'm gonna give you some grace, right? But you need to.
So Psychosaurus Rex, the sister is 21. Okay, so sister's 21. So she was 20 last year. This happened last October. Actually, yeah, not quite a year. So sister's 21. And then mom's on the curb. I think they show her. We'll see.
Take her home. Okay? If you guys don't go home, we're gonna arrest her too.
1 minute.
Okay, you
Hold
got-
on,
okay.
hold on. Just 1 minute.
Yeah.
When?
She'll be able to call you in a little bit, but right now, you guys just go home, okay?
It's hard to tell if mom is more upset about her husband being detained or if she's more upset about what happened to her daughter. I can't quite tell. I'm not quite sure what I'm getting out of mom there. All right. Then we've got some news clips. Let me see if I can find him at a hearing. That's the one thing I didn't check. Let's see. Excuse me. Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can find any like pre-trial. That's the one thing. There's not a lot of information on this trial, which is really weird. Let's see, pre-trial. See if there's anything from that. Let's see. I think we watched this one already. Yeah, there's really nothing. There's no like pre-trial. They didn't stream anything pre-trial. Like I can't see any. All right. I think I played. Let's see. All right, I think I played this earlier, but we'll play it again. This is the dad. This is the dad of the boyfriend, right? This is the dad of the boyfriend being interviewed by a local channel. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Just give me a second. All right, not sure how that happened. All right, so I want to hear this. Hear the father of the boyfriend. Father of the boyfriend. Okay, hold on. All right.
Her with an honor killing after she refused to go to another country for an arranged marriage to an older man. She went to her school for help, which then led to the confrontation outside.
The dad was on his back and his daughter was on top of him and he had her in a chokehold.
Josh Wagner was driving with his family near Timberline High School on October 18th when he noticed what he thought was a group of kids fighting. But as he jumped in to break up the fight, he realized it was a man choking a teenage girl.
It was pretty angering. I didn't know what was going on, why it was happening. All the kids were screaming, yelling.
Court records state Ihsan Ali was choking his 17-year-old daughter to the point where she had lost consciousness as other students and the girl's boyfriend tried to pull her away. According to court documents, the girl's mother, Zahraa Ali, was also grabbing at the girl and choking her. Investigators say the girl's father also punched her boyfriend.
He proceeded to black out and, punch my son in the face.
Victor Barnes' son was one of the students trying to stop the confrontation and separate the girl from her parents. The girl eventually got away and ran into the school screaming, "My dad was trying to kill me," prompting a lockdown as staff blocked the girl's parents from getting to her. Barnes says the issues with the Alis have been going on for months, with one prior incident forcing them to get a temporary protection order against Zahraa Ali. And court records state she was also banned from stepping onto school property.
This isn't right. And the more we continue to allow these type of actions to take place in a society where what the climate is what it is right now, post-election, there's just no place for that type of activity nowhere.
And we reached out to DCYF to see if they are investigating this case, but we were told that child welfare records are confidential. Court records, though, do state that the victim's school helped connect her with a safe place to stay. Reporting live in Lacey tonight, Lan Nguyen, KOMO News.
So yeah, so the school got her safe place to stay, which is nice. I'm happy about that. Right? And that makes me feel better. Yeah, there's just not a lot of news on this. See, we saw all of that. I guess we saw most of this. Yeah, there's only like one news station, local. It's really funny. Oh wait, here's one. Let me see this one. All right. We showed this one this morning, but we'll show it again because there's just not a lot of news out there for this. All right, hold on. This is another news channel talking about it.
Attempted kidnapping and assault, accused of trying to kill their teen daughter in what the victim described as a possible honor killing. Prosecutors say the Timberline High School student was attacked by her parents outside the school after she tried to escape the family. Her boyfriend stepped in to help during the attack, and police say he was also hurt.
Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling talked to her boyfriend's father, and she has more from Timberline High School.
Victor Barnes says that the attack happened right near this bus stop as the girl was trying to catch a ride in order to escape the abuse that she reported from her family. He says that her dad caught up with her here beneath these trees and started to choke her. They fell to the ground as other students, including his son, tried to pull him off of her.
There's dad. There's the daughter underneath dad.
Victor Barnes says this troubling video captured by witnesses and under investigation by Lacey police shows Ihsan Ali choking his teen daughter from behind, her face shoved in the dirt.
That's my son fighting for the girl's life.
Court documents state she reported abuse by both Ihsan and her mother, Zahraa, saying she ran away to get help from her teachers and staff at Timberline, telling investigators her parents had also planned to forcefully send her to Iraq to marry an older man.
Earlier that day, she was supposed to be flown out the country. She ran to the school because she was afraid.
Barnes said her parents were looking for her, and upon seeing her, the dad rushed out of a vehicle and yelled at her in Arabic. A different student who understood their language told him to leave.
And the kid said something of the nature of, she doesn't want to go back with you, leave her alone. Dad snapped.
A witness told investigators Ihsan started hitting his daughter and then he punched Barnes' son, who went flying onto the concrete. Then Ihsan started choking his daughter for what the witness estimated was about a minute, while multiple people tried to pry Ihsan off of her.
Her arms go limp. She's no longer moving. He starts to see her eyes just roll back and her arms sort of start flailing. And that's when he sort of sprung into action, because he didn't want to see, someone he cared about pass away.
After she was dragged out of the headlock, her mother, Zahraa, was accused of attacking her.
My son was able to just grab her and just take her away from mom.
They ran into Timberline for help.
Their mother came rushing to the school, trying to get into school, but, she got stopped by security.
Barnes feels an adult should have escorted her to the bus.
And I'm glad he was there to save her life. But I just need just a little more explanation or answers as to why were the adults so careless.
He says his son and the girl didn't deserve trauma at the hands of adults.
High school for me is a time I would never forget. It was probably some of the 4 funnest years of my life. And it's unfortunate that, he will have to experience something like this in high school.
Barnes says he also took out a restraining order on the parents, not only because he says they assaulted his son, but he says the mom kept showing up at his family's home looking for the girl prior to the assaults. Reporting in Lacey, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
Yeah, so they had a protection order. Dad, that was the dad of Isaiah. We heard his name, so that was his father. They had a protection order because Mom, Zahraa, kept showing up. Right? Let me see here. See if I can find some news that I can read you guys. Well, we still have about a half hour to go. Let's see. Okay, this is from November 20th. This is court is scheduled. They kept calling it an honor killing. That's what this is from Washington. I guess just says Washington, the center square. I'm not quite sure if you guys are familiar with that, those that live out there. So 2 Lacey parents accused in the attempted honor deletion of their 17-year-old daughter last month outside Timberline High School appeared in court on Wednesday. Ihsan and Zahraa Ali face charges of attempted murder. Here, we can actually come over here because these are all the charges that they face. You see all the charges that they face. It's a lot. Several other serious counts. So attempted kidnapping, attempted M. Cell phone video of the attack shows the father choking his daughter as other students and bystanders tried to intervene to save her. According to probable cause documents emailed to the center square from the Thurston County Prosecutor's Office, the victim passed out several times during the attack before being able to escape and run into the nearby school building with her 16-year-old boyfriend. That's Isaiah. That was his dad just talking, who was also assaulted as he attempted to intervene to help his girlfriend. Detective Sergeant Jeremy Knight with the Lacey Police Department said the girl was seriously injured. She was transported to a local hospital where she received care for several days. Now, we heard the defense saying, well, she was let out the next day. She didn't have life-threatening injuries. That's what they said. Literally in their was it in their opening? Yeah. It was in their opening. For Ihsan's opening, they said 8:43 a.m. the next day, the condition was resolved because she had this condition about air leaks out of the lungs and into other parts of her body. I didn't catch the medical term, but the defense opening was, well, it was resolved the next day, so wasn't life-threatening. No harm, no foul. That's what they're saying. Charging documents detail witness accounts from people who intervened, describing seeing the victim's eyes roll up in her head and her body go lifeless as her father allegedly wrapped both arms around her neck in attempting to choke her out, and bystanders punched him and attempted to pull him off of her. A probable cause document includes a witness statement from the victim's boyfriend's mother, we haven't heard from her yet, who told police the victim had told her that her father had threatened her with an honor deletion for refusing an arranged marriage with an older man in another country. We don't know how old that guy is. We don't know if he's in his 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. Don't know. According to the National Institutes of Health, honor deletion is a violent crime committed by one or more perpetrators in which the crime's intention is to restore honor to their family. The mother, Zahraa, already had a restraining order against her from the North Thurston School District for an incident in September. And according to court documents, she chased her daughter and her daughter's boyfriend toward the school after the initial choking incident. School staff prevented her from entering the building. So we did hear about that from in their openings. According to court documents, the mother was also grabbing at the daughter and choking her. Zahraa Ali faces attempted M, second-degree DV, attempted kidnapping, first-degree DV, attempted kidnapping, second-degree domestic assault. And it just goes on, as you can see. Burglary, second degree in violation of a protection restraining order. That's the one thing I don't have there. Ihsan Ali faces attempted M, second degree DV, attempted kidnapping, first, so you can see I have it all listed there. Fourth degree assault. Attempted M in the second degree is a Class A felony. So they can face life in prison for all of this. All right, determining the standard sentencing range for a case is a complicated formula that takes many factors into account. And we are not far enough into the process to determine that at this time, said a public engagement officer. We expect the calculation to be completed closer to the resolution of the case. Oh, thank you, Judge Canoni's baloney. It's called pneumomediastinum. I can't pull up your chats. For some reason, my software isn't working. I had to reboot and a little funky today. But thank you for that, Judge Canoni's baloney. Nice. Let's see. Court papers indicate the victim ran away from home the day before the attack. Actually, they said that morning. I think she ran away. She definitely ran away that morning because the parents woke up at like 4 and she was missing. So they called law enforcement and they were in contact with law enforcement all day. So they're saying here, court papers indicate the victim ran away from home the day before the attack and went to Timberline High School where she was a former student seeking help from staff. Oh, wow. So she had left this school. A counselor was assisting her with finding a room at Safe Haven, and the victim planned to take a city bus there after school got out, but was allegedly pulled off the bus by her father. All right. So Zahra's bail is set at $500,000. So that's mom's is set at $500,000, and Ihsan, the father, is set at $1 million. Both are in custody at Thurston County Jail. So this is taking place in Thurston County, which is near Olympia, I guess. All right. So there you have it. All right. All right, what are you guys saying? Peanut Butter Face, they didn't pull her out of school. No, according to that court document that I just read, she had already graduated from the school, or she wasn't going to the school any further. So she went to the school to get help. And then according to that court document, dad there pulled her off of the bus. Lizzie said, sad also for all the young girls that don't manage to escape and get sold or married off. That is true. The other Jules, poor girl got out just in time. Deborah says, I hope Fatima is receiving the help she needs. Amber Fox said they had pulled her out. Hey, Sure Life, good to see you. Yeah, sorry I can't pull up your comments, you guys. We tried a couple times and our software is just acting up right now, so I can't pull up your comments, so I do apologize for that. Northwest, pulled from school to homeschool her. Ah, okay. Yeah, because 17, I didn't think she had graduated. I mean, she could have, but it said that in that court document that she had attended that school. She had attended that school, but she was no longer attending it. So she was doing homeschooling. Is that the thought? Northwest, is that the thought? Jedi Jess, they pulled out when they found out about the boyfriend. Technology is great, Psychosaurus Rex says, until it isn't. Easier to go missing when homeschooled, Lizzie says. Yep. Judge Canoni Baloney, Judge Canoni's Baloney. I'm a registered respiratory therapist, so I see and treat a lot of different lung diagnoses. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Number 1, cat whisperer, girl ran away. Kathy says, did I miss the girl's testimony? Been busy with AC guys. Nope. We're still in witness number 2, law enforcement. First responder, the guy who's, I'm pretty sure the body cam that we saw. Maybe they'll show the body cam. Amber Fox, just a side note, this is my first time on this channel, and it's great. Love how much info you provide. Well, thank you, Amber. I wish I could pull that comment up. That's the one thing I can't do on this stream right now. Apple Treasure, hello to you. Peter Butterface, I wish folks would stop acting like arranged marriages are only in the Islamic culture. It happens daily in the U.S. Absolutely. I agree. Yeah, guys, definitely a huge disclaimer. Let's continue to be adults. Let's not disparage their culture or their religion or where they're from. And you're right. This happens in a lot of different cultures, including here. So it's not just this family. And I think Northwest said it very eloquently, where, if you were from another country and you were watching the Lori Daybell trial, you'd be like, oh my gosh, all Americans are freaks. They treat their kids like this. So we can't judge, one family. We can't judge an entire, culture or country or religion or whatever based on one incident. So just keep that in mind. Just please be respectful of each other and our opinions. And if you guys do attack their country or their religion, we will delete those comments, because that's not what we're about. For those that are new, that's the way we roll. You can express your opinion, but if it's derogatory or negative as a slur in any way, we will delete that comment. Kathy Smith, we definitely draw the line at choking, of course, as do probably 99.99% of the rest of the country or world. Ola, but this is not arranged marriage, it is forced marriage. Is that kind of the same thing? Arranged, forced? Aren't arranged? I mean, that's kind of a... I agree with you, Ola, but I'm also thinking that's kind of like a thin line, right? Arranged, meaning you may not agree with that arrangement, right? That could kind of be the same thing. Consent in any circumstance is the key, Ola says. Sherry Ann, bus driver pulled up and she was already on the ground. But that's not what he said, though. I agree. That's what the video says, but he says, let's see. He had seen many fights before. Hold on a sec. He saw them. He saw a commotion going on, looked like a fight, throwing punches at each other, punched the male student, then grabbed the female student. So he did see it at the beginning. So that what we saw, Sherry, wasn't the full body cam or bus cam, because he said he saw the adult punch the male student, which was Isaiah. Then he grabbed the adult grabbed the female, which was the daughter, spun her around, and then put her in a chokehold. So we don't see that, but that's what they're saying. That was his testimony. So he did see it, I guess, from the beginning. Let's see. Crunchy Frog. Many people agree to arranged marriages. Forced marriage is different. Elsie says, I used to help migrant mothers from all over the world. If your culture or religion violates human rights, I will have you arrested. Very well, as you should. Curville says, hey, chat, you're cute. You've been really well-mannered today, so thank you. Warrior Queen, maybe the groom had his pick and he picked Fatima? Maybe. Capri says, at least buy the mods a cup of coffee if you're going to make us work. Sue says, big difference between arranged and forced. Most cultures accept if you say no. All right. Fair enough. I don't know because I've never been in one, so... Figs Gaming, what do you think about the Raul outcome? I'm not really going to touch upon that. It's a different trial. But I will say this. I was on the... I think Raul needed some kind of punishment. I don't think he deserved 120 years, which is, I think, what he was facing. But the jury spoke, so it is what it is, you know. Hola, but Fatima didn't pick him. That is true. Elaine says, I wish I knew you were streaming this earlier. You've been watching on CTV and hate over there. Well, Elaine, I'm so glad that you're with us. So glad you found us. Amber says, who was on the stand when we went to lunch? That was the first responder, the guy with a body cam. I'm going to butcher his name. I'm so sorry. But Sapal Hang. Again, I'm so sorry. I'm just completely butchering this guy's name. Heang is his last name. He didn't spell his first name, but I think it was Sopal. Sopal or Sepal. Again, I'm totally butchering that poor guy's name. I'm so sorry. Yes, Northwest. First officer on the scene. I'm pretty sure he was the body cam. That body cam that we watched half hour ago or so, 15 minutes ago. Kelly H., thanks for the chart. Super helpful. Yep, no problem. He was so nervous, Peanut Butter Face says. Number one cat whisperer. Families arrange marriage with families when children are very, very young. Rat says they would have made the forced marriage relevant. Don't see how you could keep it out with that charge. Widespread panic. One thing that I think we all need to keep in mind is that arranged marriages were a thing even in the U.S. until it fell out of favor early 1800s. So they're on top of the thing now. Yeah. I just saw. Not too bad. Let's see here. Queen Olive Ruth Ann says, just wanted to say I'm here listening on my phone, going to the store with my daughter and twins. Have fun. Just stay out of the M aisle if you're going to Walmart or Target. You don't need to go to the M aisle. Let's see. Yeah, boyfriend Isaiah was a different race as well, so that could have played into it. I don't know. I don't want to go down that path until we hear definitively. But he was not Muslim and he was not from Iraq, so that could have played into it as well. You know, that could have upset the family even more. But this is definitely a clash of cultures for sure. Ola says, yes, we are in societies that have progressed and we shouldn't let some girls suffer regression subculture with our society. I agree with that. Lizzie says, it's wild that they can mention the trip, criticize the daughter for going missing when there was a trip planned. You can't mention the trip involved her being sold off. Seems crazy to me, right? Amber Fox says, do we know if parents spoke with police during interviews or remained silent? I don't know. I haven't been able to find anything. This trial has been really, really difficult to find information on. So we're kind of like the jury. We're just sort of going into this blind somewhat. I mean, we've been able to pull up, some things for you guys, but a lot of it has been, there's just not a lot out there. All right, let me stop yapping here and let me go to the trial. Here I am just yapping away. Let me, okay, lunch is on a break. So they're still on a break, which I knew, but. All right, let me just come over here for a quick moment. Just want to, okay, so I still have that feed up. All right. Yeah, I don't know why they're not showing, well, we watched that Raul case, right? And they showed that video of those kids like all the time. We must have seen that video like 20 times. Their faces weren't blurred. They were all 16, 17, 18. Well, 18 is an adult. But I don't know. I guess this is the judge. The judge is saying, we don't want to enjoying the yap while we wait, Amber Fox. Thanks. It's just interesting that this judge does not want to show the video. I mean, because the kids' faces are blurred. I just don't understand why she's just not allowing their video to be shown at all, which is a shame because it kind of takes the whole point out of everything. All right. Northwest says, I'm okay with blurring minors if that means we can watch. Oh, thank you, Kelly. Thanks for letting us hang out with you guys. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for hanging with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you for hanging with us. Sorry for the typey. I'm doing the old typey. All right, looks like our feed is back. Nope. This one. There we go. Oh, Elaine, thank you. Appreciate the 5 pounds. Why can't I like that? There we go. Trying to thumbs it up. Thank you so much, Elaine. Appreciate your support. Really appreciate that, you guys. Thank you. Yeah, I tried to see if they were, let's see, hold on. I was trying to see if they were here legally, and as far as I know, they are. But let me just see how long they've been here. Let's see. Let's see how long they've been here. Peter Tupperware, just a newbie, thanks to RA. Sorry I can't pull up your comments, guys. Hopefully tomorrow we'll get everything sorted out. For all the people that are new, we usually pull up comments, you know. All right, couldn't find anything credible. How long they've been here, their immigration dates and arrival timelines haven't been publicly reported in news, court records, or interviews. So it's definitely they're on a there's not a whole lot is being shown about their history. Oh, presumed legal, because if illegal, I think it would be all over the place. That is true. Lizzie, did RA just stop for the day? As far as I know, he did. Yeah, I thanked him for the raid. I haven't heard back from him yet. So I'm not sure what he's up to. Kim says, what is RA? That's Recovery Addict. That's Scott from Recovery Addict. He's a obviously great friend of the channel. When we did Sarah Boone, we used his live view equipment. And I went down and I used, Jules and I were there at the courtroom, and I was in the media room, which was actually outside, and Jules was inside the courtroom, and she would call in to Scott afterwards, and then we would do breaks. We would do recaps, I should say. So Scott's been a huge supporter of us, has sent us many raids, and we appreciate them all. So all you that are here from RA, we really appreciate you guys, and thank you so much for joining us. Scott has definitely helped our channel grow over time, so thank you. Let's see. RA probably needed a nap. He had a long weekend. The other Jules. Yes, thanking RA for the raid. Absolutely. What kind of work does the father do? Shirley asks. I do not know. That's a great question. Let me see if I can find that out. Let's see if we can find out what kind of work he does. Court documents don't mention any employment or career background. Yeah. Again, just not a lot of background info on this. It's so weird. Skybell, awesome. Thank you for the 5 gifted Trial TV Live memberships. Crunchy Frog got 1, Melanie got 1, Miss Kitty got 1, Warrior Queen and Virginia Castillo got 1. Awesome. Trixie says, we thank you for being here. Letting RA rest. right. I suppose I don't need my scroll if they've got the court will resume. I can take my scroll off. I'll take off my scroll. Warrior Queen saying, woohoo, thank you for the membership. Jojo, do you know about the CPOs for both mom and dad filed? I don't. I know about moms. I didn't know about dads. I know that they kept coming over to the house. Sherry, are the kittens eating kibble yet? What kind will you be feeding them? I'd love to help. Thank you for that, Sherry. We don't feed kibble. We feed them raw. We do a raw food, raw diet, and then we also buy canned food. Hold on a sec. They're kind of eating kitten food right now. Hold on. Our kittens they've just started. They just turned 5 weeks, so they're just 5 weeks. Last Thursday they turned 5 weeks. All right, so here's the hashtag. If you guys want to support Polly and her kittens, I'm going to drop. We do have an Amazon wish list, so it's going to pop up here in a second. So there's an Amazon wish list for those that wish to support the channel. And Psychosaurus Rex, I told you, I think Friday I was going to go to the post office. Today I did not get there. I usually go out Thursday, so if it's okay, if it can wait till Thursday, I'll go Thursday. We can do an unboxing on Thursday, if that's cool. Crunchy Frog says, thank you for the gifted membership. Yeah, so our little ones are freaks right now. They're like climbing. We have these little, what are they called? Playpens for them. So now their newest thing is now to get up on top of the playpens. And if you guys, for those that are new, we've been streaming every weekend. We do a live kitty cam. So you can always go back and check that out. That's not for members only. That's for the entire community. So if you want to see the little ones, we streamed. I streamed Sunday for like 2 hours, I think, 2 or 3 hours. They're really cute. If you guys like kittens or just baby animals, they're really cute. Oh, what's Zach doing? Wait, what did Zach say? Squeegee chews up live mice and spits them in the kitty's mouth. No, not that bad. No, raw food is raw. The turkey. We have a source from Miami. We used to have this source up in Maine, but they went under, I think. So we have a source in Miami. It's just raw food. We had 2 Jack Russells, and we've started feeding them. So it's beef, turkey, salmon. They have all kinds of, and they come in these packages. You can buy them, half a pound or 2.5 pounds or whatever, and we just break it up and we give them to the kitties. Super Ball's been on a raw diet. We've never. Well, that's not true. I was gonna say we've never given her kibble. We did give her kibble, but always with the other stuff, always with the raw food. But Rafa and Polly, they've never gotten kibble. The kittens, and now we've got this other little black cat we're calling Anubis. She is just getting raw, so that's where we are. Michelle Phillips, raw is very healthy. Well, species appropriate diet. That's the way we feel. So we're just kind of going with it. Carol says, I can take most anything but mice. Those will make me climb up the chair or whatever is close by. Kate says, videos in court wouldn't be blurred because the jury needs to see the faces, so they can't just show them. Oh, good one, Kate. Thank you for that. You're right. Thank you for that. But then why don't they just show the witness? I mean, just stay on the witness versus but thanks for that. You're right. They're showing the jury. I just wish that they would just keep showing the witness. instead of breaking to that graphic, but it is what it is. Hola, oh, where did Anumis come from? You seem to have enough cats. Yeah, she just showed up, Hola. She just showed up like, what, 2 weeks ago now? 2 or 3 weeks ago, I heard this meow, meow, and I look over and there's a black cat in my yard. I'm like, oh, man. So, of course, you got to feed her. So, Paulie does not like her. Rafa's coming around to her. He's pretty chill with her. But Paulie does not like her. She hisses at her. Let's see. All right. Here we go.
Ms. Stone, any issues before we bring the jury back in this afternoon?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading? Mr. Larry? Thank you. Please bring the jury in.
Your Honor, permission to give my witness.
Yes, please. And officer, if you'll come through the middle, but you can come forward, please. And you're welcome to come forward and have a seat.
Thank you.
Yes. Please be seated. Members of the jury, at this time we are going to proceed with the direct examination of the witness. Ms. Zoe, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Officer Hang, earlier when you testified, you mentioned that earlier in the morning hours of October 18th, you had taken a call at the Ali's residence regarding a runaway. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe you testified earlier that when you arrived at the Ali residence, you had contacted Mr. Ali.
I did.
Okay. And during your conversation with Mr. Ali, when he reported his daughter Fatima as a runaway, did he at that time had an idea on who she might have been with when she ran away?
Yes.
And who did Mr. Ali think that his daughter was with?
He believed her to be with Isaiah.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with Mr. Ali about his thoughts on the fact that he believed that Fatima was with Isaiah?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that? Can you describe the conversation, please?
Yes. So he explained to me the last time that he had located Fatima in kind of a similar incident, that he had located her at Isaiah's parents' house.
Okay. And then fast forward, when you you indicated that when you arrived at the scene of the bus stop, you observed that Mr. Ali was pinned down on the ground. I believe that was your testimony. Is that right?
Correct.
And after your arrival, did you separate him from the group of people that was gathering around at that point?
I did.
And Fatima Ali, when you arrived at the scene of the bus stop, was she present?
No.
Okay. And what about Isaiah Williams? Was he present at the bus stop when you arrived on scene?
No.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, were you able to determine where Fatima and Isaiah were when you arrived at the bus stop?
I did.
Okay, and where were they?
They were inside of Timberline High School.
Okay. And then after your arrival to the bus stop scene, at some point did other Lacey officers arrive?
Correct.
And was it one other officer that arrived or several?
Oh, there were several.
Okay. Do you remember approximately how many?
Just to name a few: Sergeant Newcomb, Landworld, Corporal Perneda, Corporal Stanford. It was me, Officer Chavez, Officer Bell, Officer Dawes, and a few others.
Okay.
Officer Beltran.
Okay. And you testified that when you arrived at the bus stop, there was a group of individuals that was at the bus stop already. Did they appear to you to be students or were they adults?
I at that time I couldn't tell. I think there was a mixture of both.
Okay. And did any of the officers speak to any of the individuals that were at the bus stop?
They did.
Okay, and who was the officer that spoke with some of the individuals?
Officer Chavez and Officer Bell spoke with some of those folks.
Okay. And then you testified that when you got to the bus stop, you learned that Fatima and Isaiah were inside Timberline High School. Do you know if any officers spoke with them?
Yes.
And who was that spoke with them?
It was School Resource Officer Beltran.
Okay. And the individual that was holding Mr. Ali down when you first arrived at the bus stop, who was that individual?
That was Mr. Wagner.
And did you at some point speak to Mr. Wagner?
I did.
And did he, without going into what he specifically told you, was he able to sort of tell you what his observations were of what had occurred at the bus stop?
Yes.
Okay. And you testify that Officer Beltran was the officer that spoke with Fatima and Isaiah when they were contacted at Timberline High School. Do you know whether after Officer Beltran spoke to them, whether he updated you on what Fatima and Isaiah had told him about what had occurred?
He did.
Okay. And did your involvement in this case conclude at that point, after you spoke with Mr. Wagner at the bus stop?
It did not.
Okay, and where did you go next?
Later that evening, I went to St. Peter's Hospital.
Okay, and what was the purpose of going to St. Peter's Hospital?
It was to speak with CPS and to get a recorded statement from Fatima herself.
Okay, and where did you contact Fatima?
I was in the emergency department.
Okay. You're under permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a photo of Fatima at the hospital.
And does Exhibit 35, the photo of Fatima, does that accurately depict the condition that she was in when you interviewed her?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 35.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry? Number 35 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Officer Hang, showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 35, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in this photograph?
That's a photo of Fatima.
Okay. And when you indicated that you contacted Fatima in the emergency department at St. Peter's Hospital, did you contact her in a room in the emergency department or sort of just in the lobby area?
It was in that room.
Okay. And then what was her demeanor like when you spoke with her?
Pretty weak, pretty tired.
Okay. And what did you hear or observe that made you think that she was weak and tired?
When we started the interview, she was just very soft-spoken, had a little bit of a raspy voice, and I had to continually kind of move my phone closer and closer to her so I can get a good recorded statement.
Okay. And without telling the jury what Fatima said during your interview with her, was she able to tell you what had transpired on October 18th, that letter to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, and without telling the jury what she said to you, was she also able to relate to you whether she had any pains or injuries?
Yes.
Okay. And after contacting Fatima at the hospital, did you contact anyone else?
I did.
And who did you make contact with?
Later that evening, CPS arrived, and then as well as Isaiah and his mom.
Okay. And when Isaiah and his mother arrived at the hospital, did you also speak to them?
I did.
And when you spoke with Isaiah, what, if anything, did he provide you or did he show you?
He showed me a video of the incident.
The incident that happened where?
At Timberline High School.
Okay. And were you able to obtain a copy of that video?
I did.
Okay. And after speaking with Isaiah and his mother, what did you do after that?
I transferred custody to CPS and I cleared the scene of the hospital.
Who did you transfer custody to CPS to?
Fatima.
Okay. And Officer Hang, are you also aware of a no contact or a temporary protection order that was entered that related to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Under permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36. If you could look at that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it.
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what is it?
It's a temporary protection order and hearing notice.
Okay, and if you could turn to the very back of that order, does that order appear to be certified?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 36.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
36 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hain, before I publish Exhibit 36, let me ask you just a few more follow-up questions. Exhibit 36, does that temporary protection order have personal information of different parties that is indicated on the order?
Yes.
Okay, and does it include individuals' date of birth?
Yes.
Okay. And does it also include their address?
Yeah, so the one that I looked at, yep.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 36.
You may publish.
I'm showing you what's been marked as what is page 1 of Exhibit 36. Officer Hang, can you tell the jury where this order was issued from?
It was Superior Court of Washington, County of Thurston.
Okay. And then can you indicate, according to the order, when the order was issued? Okay, I'm going to move it just a little bit.
Okay, so October 14th, 2024.
Okay. And then how long is the order to last?
Till the hearing date, so October 24th, 2024.
Okay. And who was the petitioner that was seeking? Respondent, who is that? Who is listed as a respondent or the restrained party in this case?
Zahraa Ali.
Okay. And who does the protection order protect? Who is prohibited from having contact with Isaiah according to this temporary protection order?
Zahraa Ali.
Okay. I'm showing you the bottom of page 4 of Exhibit 36. Does it, besides prohibiting Mrs. Ali from contacting Isaiah, does it also indicate any locations that she is prohibited from contacting?
Yes.
And what are those locations? Officer Hang, do you know whether this temporary protection order was ultimately served on Mrs. Ali?
I do.
Okay, and how do you know that it was served on Mrs. Ali?
Because I served it.
Okay. And when after you served the temporary protection order, did you also have to file a proof of service?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37. If you could look through that exhibit and let me know when you're done looking through it.
I'm done.
Okay, and do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the proof of service.
Okay, and if you could flip to the very back of Exhibit 37, does that appear to be a certified copy of the proof of service?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers permission to evidence Exhibit 37.
Any objection, Mr. Cady?
No.
Mr. O'Leary?
No, Your Honor.
37 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hang, just a few more follow-up questions before I publish Exhibit 37. Does Exhibit 37 also contain personal identifying information of individuals listed on this proof of service?
It does.
Okay. Showing you page 1 of Exhibit 37. Can you tell the jury when the order was served?
It was served October 16th, 2024.
Okay. And who did you serve the order on?
It was served on to Zahraa Ali.
Okay. And then where did you serve the order? Mrs. Ali, what was her reaction?
She seemed a little surprised by it.
Okay. And was your service of the temporary protection order also captured on your body-worn camera?
It was.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Officer Hang, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
I do.
Okay, and what is Exhibit 38?
It was a copy of my body cam.
Okay, and is what's contained on Exhibit 38 a accurate What's contained on Exhibit 38, does it accurately depict the conversation you had with Mrs. Ali when you served on her the temporary protection order?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission into evidence Exhibit 38.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No.
Mr. Leary? 38 shall be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Officer Hang, before publishing this exhibit, just a few more follow-up questions. When you served the order on Mrs. Ali, was someone else from the household also present?
Yes.
And do you know what the relationship was between Mrs. Ali and that individual?
I do.
And what was their relationship?
It was Mrs. Ali's daughter.
Okay. Was it Fatima Ali?
No.
Okay.
So I have some court documents here that I need to give to you. You know what this is about for any reason? You're not in trouble. So it sounds like somebody filed a petition for an anti-harassment against you. You know anything about that? So you can take a look at it, right? So it's a temporary protection order. I don't know if you know these folks at all. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm assuming maybe I don't know if you know these folks. So it's saying like don't make contact with these people in any way. Don't call them, talk to them.
That's what it's about?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you do, then you're subject to like arrest, right?
So this person goes with my sister, her daughter.
Okay.
To school
or something. Something
yeah.
happened.
Something happened, yeah.
So something happened with the school to now where the parents want to get involved and they're saying,
Do you come on from school, I say?
You can look at it. So if you look at the petition, what they wrote in the back.
You come from school?
Me?
Yes.
No, from Lacey Police.
Okay, and then why you tell me for this? She's not going to school anymore.
Okay, which is fine. If she's not going to school anymore, then yeah, just whatever you do, don't talk to these people.
I'm not talking.
You should be fine.
So this position, do we have to go to court for this?
Yeah, it looks like there's a hearing, right? So 24th.
24th.
If she wants to contest it, right? If she says I don't care, because this is a temporary, so it's just good up into the court date. So it's like 2 weeks usually.
Is it is it required or is there an option for her to not to go?
I would call these numbers. If you don't go, the protection order will be usually it'll be granted. So it'll say for a year or whatever. So this is a temporary. If she doesn't go, she doesn't contest it. It'll say okay, it's permanent. So now you cannot ever get in contact with these people. Can't talk to them. Can't email them anyway. Does that make sense? I mean, they'll know better if you call those numbers.
Okay, so these people, the family
Yeah.
They tell you court.
They go to the courts, yeah, and the courts give it to us to give to you.
Okay.
Right, so right now it's civil, it's nothing criminal, but if you violate it by contacting them or making any contact, then it is criminal, right? So you could go to jail if you come in contact.
Or my dog.
The petition is between them and your mom. It looks like.
Her?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
it's your chance to go to the court and tell them this is what happened. Like, you know.
Okay, and they said if we don't go, then they will say that you cannot copy them.
Yeah, if you don't go, you choose not to go, saying you're not going to contest it, then it'll, instead of a temporary, like, it'll be a permanent thing, so where you can never contact those people.
Okay. What about them? Is not coming here?
Yeah, they shouldn't, but it's not.
If you come in here, what they do?
You can call us, yeah. If they come here to start an argument, something, you don't want them, if this is your property, your house, so yeah, you can call us and tell them to get off first, right? Tell them to leave. If they refuse to leave, then yeah, call us and because this is your house and you have a right to be here and to be at peace in your own place. So.
How many times you come here?
Yeah. So. Okay.
So it's not a jail thing.
Not at this time. But again, yeah, if you violate it, then it does become a jail thing, right? So.
Yeah, I never looked at it. Oh, I thought I said that she wants it. I'm doing this. I have class later.
Yeah.
I was trying to explain it to her. Okay, but I think I got it.
Yeah, never read it. Read it through all the way, right?
No further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few questions. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to clarify, on the 18th of October, you were on shift at what time?
I started at 6:30.
Okay. And do you remember the first call you got from Mr. Ali regarding his daughter?
Yes.
Okay, and did you go to the house and talk to him?
I believe I started with a phone call first.
Okay, do you recall what time that was?
I don't.
Okay. Was it fairly soon after you started on shift that morning?
Could have been 8 or 9, I believe.
Okay. And at that time, he indicated to you he was concerned that his daughter was missing?
Correct.
Okay. And did you talk to him about looking for his daughter?
I did.
Okay. And when you went and when you told him that, did he say he was going to be looking for his daughter?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
All right. So, did he ask you what his options were?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did he inquire of you if he had options?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if we could have a sidebar for one moment, please.
All right. Members of the jury, we are going to have a brief.
So while they take a sidebar, we'll just quickly go through. So he talked to Dad. He learned that Fatima had run away with Isaiah. Fatima and Isaiah weren't there when he arrived. So this is the first responder. We also have it pinned to the top of the chat there. So this is the first responder. He's the body cam that we saw. If you were with us a little bit earlier, we showed the video of the body cam. So this is that officer. So there was a Mr. Wagner was holding Ihsan down, and we saw that, right? There was this guy holding Ihsan down. Officer went to the hospital to talk to Fatima because she was in the ER. So remember, they weren't there. They ran into the school and she said, my dad's trying to delete me. So she goes to the ER. She was able to tell her story, including her pains and injuries. He contacted CPS later that evening, along with CPS came in later that evening along with Isaiah and his mom. All right, looks like they're back from the sidebar.
Mr. Kading, you may continue.
Thank you. Officer, you then went back to the house a second time? Or you went to the house
Correct.
After that, is that right?
Correct.
And what time was that?
I can't recall, maybe 10, 11.
Okay. During the morning, did you make any attempts to locate Fatima?
I did.
Okay. And what attempts did you make?
I checked Isaiah's house, contacted his mom, contacted Timberline High School, and then he also mentioned that she was in the area.
Sustained as to non-responsive as to what was said.
Okay. So you said you checked Isaiah's house, Timberline High School. Where else did you look?
Safeway.
Okay. And when you contacted Timberline High School, did you talk to anyone there?
I didn't specifically. Isaiah's mom was on the phone while I was at her house.
Okay. You said you contacted Timberline High School.
I'll rephrase. I was on scene at Isaiah's mom's house when she called to check. So it was believed.
Objection. Non-responsive. Sustained.
Okay. Let me see if we can clarify this. So did you personally call Timberline High School?
I did not.
Okay. Did anyone from Timberline High School personally contact you?
No.
All right. And so is it fair to say then up until 2 o'clock approximately you did not know where Fatima was that day?
Correct.
When you filed the report with, did you file a report with your office regarding either a runaway or a missing person?
Yes.
What did you file?
I had dispatch first put her in as a runaway.
Okay.
NCIC, WASIC. And then I requested that they send out an attempt to locate. So if any law enforcement agency contacted someone that, given that description and or run a name, that they would come back as a runaway.
Okay. And you did that at what time?
I don't recall.
Was it before 10 o'clock?
No, I don't believe so.
So, was it before noon?
I don't recall.
You don't recall when you put that in?
I don't.
Okay. All right. And you went through, noted on direct examination, you'd gone through a bunch of training, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is one of the parts of your training learning what something called petechia is?
Not at Academy, no.
Okay. Have you had subsequent training regarding what petechia is?
Just basic.
Okay, basic. Where did you have the training?
At the police station.
Okay. And who gave you training on that?
I don't recall.
Was it a doctor?
I don't believe so.
Was it an officer?
I don't recall.
Okay. But you know what petechia is, apparently?
Just some signs of it.
Okay. I'm noting in your report, we can pull this out for you. Hang on just a minute. Look at that. Small. Airport number 503. Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Officer, I'm going to hand you a copy of this document noted as defendant exhibit 503. Take a look for that. Look at that. Tell me what that is.
Appears to be my police narrative.
Thank you. Does it look like one that you wrote?
Yes.
Okay. Just going to note paragraph, let's call it 5 because there's one sentence at the top. If you'd read that paragraph for me.
I asked Fatima about.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Not asking the question yet, Your Honor.
Just a moment. There is an objection. I'll sustain the objection. He's just asking you to read it to yourself, and then he'll ask you a question.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so officer, did you get a chance to read that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, and you specifically note in there that you went to see Fatima at the hospital on the night of the 18th, right?
Correct.
And you specifically note in there that you saw no signs of petechia.
Correct.
Okay, so you know what petechia is,
I do.
and you've been trained on that.
For signs of it, yes.
Okay, and signs of petechia tend to appear when somebody has been strangled, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so given what you knew about this case, you went and looked for those signs,
Correct.
and you did not see any.
Can you rephrase that?
You didn't see any signs of petechia.
Not at that moment.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Could you return the exhibit to the clerk, please? Thank you. Mr. Larry, cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. You have been a patrol officer for how many years?
Approximately 5 years.
Okay. All with the city of Lacey?
Correct.
You enjoy it?
Yeah.
What, do you rotate shifts during the days, at nights? How does that work?
No, it's we bid once a year, so just depending on what you bid at the beginning of the year.
Do you have a preference?
I mean, pros and cons to each shift.
Okay. So you were a patrol officer on October 18th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And we've heard about your actions kind of throughout the day. Responded to a telephone call, is that correct?
Correct.
And how did that call come to you?
So earlier I talked about beats, or districts, so that it was assigned to me based on my patrol area for that morning.
So is it that a call comes into dispatch and then they connect to
Correct.
the patrol officer?
Correct.
And so this was a situation that could be handled over the telephone in theory as opposed to responding to a scene, correct?
Yes, dispatch will ask, and it depends on what the reporting party is requesting. And there's phone contacts or in-person contact.
Okay, so we heard about the phone contact and then it didn't end there. There was an in-person contact, correct?
Correct.
And then you conducted additional follow-up based on those two citizen contacts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then were you specifically assigned to respond to Timberline High School based on your prior involvement during the day?
I was not.
So just by happenstance, call goes out, you happen to be the first one there, and you suddenly realize that this is related to what you previously were working on.
Correct.
Okay. So then, the difference between a patrol officer and a detective, if you had to summarize that for the jury, you would say what? In terms of duties and jobs and responsibilities.
I would just I think they have more specific training, and they have, I guess, more time to do additional follow-ups, as we're a patrol where sometimes can jump from call to call.
So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but so like as a patrol officer, you get, on this instance, you were sent into disturbance at Timberline High School, you respond, correct?
Correct.
And so your job is to be there. Well, disturbance can mean a lot of different things, right?
Correct.
And you don't necessarily know what you're walking into, correct?
Correct.
So you're trying to figure out, okay, who do I need to talk to?
Yes.
Whose contact information do I need to preserve?
Yes.
Do I need to separate people?
Correct.
Do I need additional officers to respond?
Correct.
So when you got there, you could see that there was a civilian holding down Mr. Ali, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Ali didn't appear to be resisting or fighting, correct?
Correct.
And you presumably knew that they were fellow officers on their way.
Correct.
So, at least from your initial impression, the situation appeared to be somewhat stabilized, right?
Yes.
No active fighting, correct?
Correct.
There were witnesses around who were at least potentially willing to speak with law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
You were able to determine where Fatima was, where Fatima was and Isaiah, correct?
Correct.
Or at least you were told where you could potentially find them, right?
Yeah. Yes.
You made contact with the Wagners, correct?
Yes.
And so then you took it upon yourself. So somebody else was going to deal with Mr. Ali, correct?
Well, I did.
Oh, so you, thank you for correcting me. So you placed him under arrest or detained him, or basically took possession of him?
I detained him at that moment.
Okay. You knew that other officers were going to check inside the school, correct?
Yes.
And then over the course of the next minute's time there, you then had contact with the Wagners, correct?
Correct.
And the Wagners were the individuals, civilians who happened to stop, was your understanding, correct?
Correct.
Does somebody need water? I can't see who's. Yeah. All right. So you spoke with them, correct?
Correct.
And you had them there together when you were talking to them, right?
Correct.
They were side by side?
Correct.
Sometimes it makes sense to separate people to keep their stories separate, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, you were speaking to both of them, correct?
Well, initially it was Mr. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner came into contact with us kind of after the fact.
Okay. And you got their contact information, correct?
Yes, they completed a written statement.
Okay, but before we got there, you kind of figured out who they were. I don't want to say go into what they told you, but you basically figured out these people may have some information that could help me.
Correct.
At least help with the investigation.
Correct.
And you handed them witness statement forms that they filled out.
Correct.
And they wrote those statements themselves?
They did.
And then you read them over, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you handed back Mr. Wagner his form and said, hey, I need a little more detail with respect to these particular questions, correct?
Correct.
All right. And he was willing to do that, right?
Yes.
All right. And those statements pertain to Mr. Ali, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. So now I want to talk to, so when you went and saw Fatima at the hospital that night, was that the first time you had sat down and talked with her?
It was.
And you were able to take a recorded interview with her, right?
Correct.
And she was, by all accounts, cooperative with you, correct?
Yes.
And was able to answer your questions and provide you with that information, correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you feel like you were able to get the questions answered that you were seeking?
For that specific incident, yes.
And you wanted to have it recorded so that there was kind of, it wasn't just your word as to what she said, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now I want to go back in time to October 16th. We saw the video of you providing a copy of a no contact order, correct?
Yes,
And do you recall having that conversation with Mrs. Ali?
I do.
All right. And so, you were able to sit and listen and watch Exhibit 38, the video, correct?
Yes.
So in that video, you're attempting to talk with Ms. Ali, correct?
Yes.
And it was clear to you that she spoke some English, correct?
Correct.
It was also obvious that English was not her first language, correct?
Correct.
She didn't necessarily understand kind of who you were, correct?
It appeared that way.
She asked, are you with the school, correct?
Correct.
And I assume were you in full uniform?
I was.
All right. And she asked you, kind of, are you coming from the school, correct?
Yes.
And she said, well, my daughter doesn't go to that school anymore, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And had questions about Isaiah's family. Did the family contact you, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, all you were doing was handing over court paperwork, correct?
Correct.
And the sole purpose of that meeting was Exhibit 37, which is the proof of service, correct?
Yes.
You confirmed that the person I handed this to was Zahraa Ali, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's really all you were expected to do, correct?
Yes.
Right. So your job is, I'm going to go there, I'm going to hand this person, confirm that this document I'm handing is to the person who is listed as the respondent, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you talked about it with her, correct? We heard and saw the conversation, correct?
Yes.
And you told her that she couldn't call Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
And that she couldn't contact Isaiah, correct?
Yes.
Not to talk to these people, correct?
Correct.
And you also said, don't email, don't talk, correct?
Yes.
You never asked her if she read English, correct?
I did not.
And you saw that there was a potential language barrier, correct?
Correct.
And that is something that you're trained on, right? In terms of interacting with the public.
Correct.
And you have resources available to you, correct?
Correct.
So what's a language line?
It helps translate.
Okay, so explain that to the jury. So if you're on a call and there's a language barrier, and you need to communicate with somebody, what does the language line offer you?
It'd be just a third party person that would help translate the two languages.
Okay, and do you know where that person is from?
Can you rephrase?
I mean, so they're going to connect you with an interpreter in the city of Lacey?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I mean, it could be anywhere, right?
Correct.
And it could be at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Correct.
1 o'clock in the afternoon?
Correct.
All right. And so it gives you the ability to effectively communicate with individuals where English is not their first language, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing that said that that it wasn't available to you on October 16th, correct?
Correct.
And so the state had you take a look at the prohibitions on page 4 of 11.
Are you asking to be able to publish a portion of an exhibit?
If we could pull that up, and if I have permission to publish Exhibit 37.
You may.
36.
36.
So, are you familiar with these orders?
I am.
Okay. And so, you did not go through what is on page 4 of 11 with Ms. Ali, correct?
I did not.
Okay. So you kind of summarized it about, hey, don't call Isaiah, don't contact Isaiah, don't email, don't talk, correct?
Correct.
And so, but it doesn't, it's specific about distance, correct?
Correct.
About a residence, correct?
Correct.
Daycare?
Correct.
And a school.
Yes.
And then it references minors named in section 3 above. That box is checked as well.
Yes.
Okay. And had you called a language line, you would have been able to have that conversation with her in her native language, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate taking the time. Thank you.
No problem.
Redirect.
Officer Hang, just wanting to seek some clarification. The morning of October 18th of 2024, when Mr. Ali called to report Fatima as a runaway, was your first conversation with him over the phone or in person?
I believe it was over the phone.
Okay, and then at some point you went out to his residence?
Correct.
And while at his residence, you then had another conversation with him about the runaway call that he reported?
Correct.
Okay. You also, when Mr. Kading was asking you questions on cross-examination, you also talked about entering Fatima as a runaway in NCIC. What is NCIC?
It's a law enforcement database when you run somebody's name.
Okay. You said it's a law enforcement database when you run someone's name. Run someone's name for what?
For wants records, it's just, so if we as law enforcement on patrol, if you run somebody's name, it'll come back with flags that dispatch will let you know. So in case of a runaway, if you had a law enforcement found Fatima in Olympia and ran her name, then they would know that, hey, this subject was reported as a runaway earlier this morning by who, and to contact dad or whoever.
Okay. And is NCIC, is that a national database that law enforcement can access?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also indicated, after mentioning NCIC, you also indicated WASIC. What is that?
It's similar, but it's just specific to Washington.
To where?
To the Washington state. It's a more localized but database.
Okay. And when you say it's a similar database, I'm trying to understand your testimony. The WASIC is a Washington database, where the NCIC is a equivalent, but it's a national database.
Correct.
And if I'm understanding your testimony, then WASIC is a database that only law enforcement officers in Washington can access? Correct. So if a law enforcement officer, let's say the Thurston County Sheriff's Office, if they decide to run Fatima's name through WASIC, it will show up that she is a runaway that was reported out of Lacey Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And did you enter Fatima as a runaway in your system? Well, let me back up for a moment. You testified on cross-examination with Mr. Kading that you don't know the exact time as to when you entered Fatima into the system as a runaway. Was it before your arrival at the bus stop that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kading also asked you some questions on cross-examination about your ability to recognize petechia. Do you remember that line of question?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked earlier about your training experience in becoming a law enforcement officer. Officer Hang, do you have any medical training and experience?
Yes.
Okay. What is that?
Nothing certified, but just we do monthly trainings at the police station, and there was one that related to strangulation.
Okay. My question is, did you go to any seminars regarding strangulation?
Workshop. I don't know about a seminar.
Okay. Did you attend a 40-hour seminar that medical professionals attend when it comes to conducting strangulation examinations?
No.
Did you go to any seminars that medical professionals attend where it teaches them the signs and symptoms of strangulation?
No.
Okay. And are you a medical doctor?
I'm not.
Okay. And you indicated that when you spoke with Fatima at the emergency room that at some point you had to get a little bit closer to her because you were having a difficult time hearing her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Approximately how close did you get to her?
I think pretty quickly I put the recorded phone next to her chin.
Okay. But were you yourself right next to her chin?
No.
Okay. And when you were interviewing Fatima, did you at any point ask her to take her clothes off so you can do an examination?
I did not.
Okay. And did you actually did you actually conduct a strangulation exam on Fatima that day?
I did not.
And based on your trainings, based on the training that you received at the Lacey Police Department when it comes to strangulation, was it taught that law enforcement should do the strangulation exam, or should that be left to the medical professionals specifically trained to conduct that examination?
It'll be the latter half, the medical professionals.
Okay. And during your interview with Fatima at the emergency room, did she at any point, was she coherent during the whole entire interview?
She was.
Okay. Were there times where she appeared confused at any of the questions that you were asking her?
I don't believe so.
Okay. With regards to, I want to ask you a few questions about the service of the temporary protection order. You watched the service of the temporary protection order earlier on direct examination, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall there was a point when Mrs. Ali was asking you if you were with the school?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified on cross-examination that let me back up for a moment. Were you in your full uniform that day?
I was.
Okay. And are you aware of what school resource officers are?
Yes.
Okay. And what are school resource officers?
What are they?
Yes.
So they're uniform commissioned officer that is assigned to specific schools.
Okay. And are there specific Lacey police officers that are in fact school resource officers?
There are.
Okay. And I believe earlier on direct examination, you mentioned one of them was Officer Beltran. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And besides Officer Beltran, are there other school resource officers that work for the Lacey Police Department but actually are assigned to the schools?
Yes.
And do you know any of their names?
I do.
And who are they?
School Resource Officer Howard, and currently right now School Resource Officer Newcomb.
Okay. And the school resource officers, when they are assigned to a specific school, when they're on shift, are they also what are they typically wearing when they're on shift?
Same uniform.
Okay. When you say same uniform as who?
As patrol officers.
Okay. Would it be the same uniform you were wearing the day when you served the temporary protection order?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point during the contact you had with Mrs. Ali when you were serving the protection order, I believe in the video you had indicated to her that if they come to her residence and they don't leave, then she can call law enforcement. Do you remember talking to her about that?
I do.
Okay. And you indicated that to her. What was that in response to?
Her question.
Okay. And what was she asking you?
She asked, is it appropriate for them to come to my residence?
Okay. And the they that you were talking to her about, who's they?
I would assume Isaiah and his parents.
Sustained.
Okay. When you were talking to Mrs. Ali about they coming to her residence, in what context were you talking to her about that?
Well, it sounded like there was an incident prior.
I'm going to stop you for a moment. What was the purpose of you being at her residence?
To serve the order.
Okay. And then when you were at her residence, was there also someone else that was talking to you as well?
Yes.
Okay. And during that conversation, did it appear to you that there was a separate conversation that was occurring between Mrs. Ali and her daughter?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Recross, Mr. Kading.
Thank you. Just a couple of clarifying questions. You indicated that when you send a report into NCIS and WASC, that's so you can have the parents contacted when their child's found?
No.
That isn't. Okay. So you send in the notification, and then what happens after that? The police know that she's missing, right?
Correct.
And if she's reported missing, then they'll know where she is.
Rephrase that, please.
The police will know where she is as soon as they find out from another agency or themselves, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then they call the parents at that point so they can come and pick them up, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because they're children and they're runaways, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Larry Recross.
Just briefly. So, if I call and report that my 18-year-old is a runaway, would the procedure be the same?
No.
Because we draw a distinction between someone who's over 18 and under 18, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so because the report involves somebody who is under the age of 18, that's why you entered it into NCIC and WASC, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then on the issue of the school resource officer, so the question was, are you with the school, correct?
Yes.
And you said no.
Correct.
And you didn't identify yourself as a school resource officer, correct?
Correct.
So your communication to my client was that this had nothing to do with the school, correct?
I don't know if I understand that question.
Well, she asked you, are you with the school? You said no, correct?
Correct.
You never told her to stay away from the school, correct?
Correct.
And that this all had to do with Isaiah and his family and to not have contact with them, Isaiah individually, correct?
Correct.
So she asked you, is this about the school? And you said no.
I don't know if I specifically said no.
Okay. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? But she said, are you with the school? And you said no.
Correct.
So the impression that was left that you communicated to her was that this was separate from anything to do with the school, correct?
I can't assume what.
Okay. You were serving a court order, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't coming from the school, correct?
Correct.
The petitioner wasn't the principal or the school, correct?
Correct.
This is entirely involving Isaiah Williams and his family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further.
Any further redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Subject to recall.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, please.
Just want to remind everybody that we all have our opinions. Let's just be respectful of each other's opinions. We don't have to attack each other. If you disagree with somebody, disagree, but just let it go. We're not that channel over here, all right? We respect each other and we raise each other up. We don't tear each other down. Thank you.
I'm going to place you under oath. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
Please be seated. Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Mary Wagner. Last name Wagner.
And are you employed, ma'am?
I am.
How so?
I work for Pierce County Planning and Public Works.
And are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes.
Is that in Lacey, Washington?
It is.
Were you in or around that area on October 18th, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And did anything of significance occur in that area that you observed on that date and time?
Yes.
And, well, first of all, where were you coming from? Why were you in that area?
My husband and I were coming back from a late lunch that we had that day. We were driving down the road in front of Timberline High School back to our house, and we saw an altercation on the side of the road.
Okay, and when you say on the side of the road, which side of the road?
On the high school side of the road.
Okay.
There's a public bus stop there, and it was right around the public bus stop.
Okay. And you said you were in your vehicle driving at the time?
Yes.
What kind of truck is that?
It's a Ram 2500 pickup truck with
What
a cab.
color?
It's like a dark gray color. My husband was driving it. I was in the passenger seat.
And who is your husband?
Josh Wagner.
And what did you do when you observed that incident? What was your first action?
Well, as we were driving up, we saw there were several people involved, and we thought that it was possibly a high school altercation. And so we pulled into the left turn lane in front of the high school and stopped, and my husband got out and crossed the road.
And where were you at that time?
As soon as he pulled in, I was still in the passenger seat. When he stepped out of the vehicle and crossed the road, I climbed over the console in the middle of the truck and went over to the passenger side.
And what happened next?
Well, my husband kind of disappeared into a group of people, and I got out of the vehicle, and I called 911. And
well, let me ask you a question. Why did you call 911?
There was quite a bit of screaming that was going on from the situation, and I heard several people say some rather alarming things, and that 911 should be called, so I did.
When you say people, hear people say alarming things, what do you mean by that?
Do you want me to say specifically what I heard?
Yes, please.
I did hear, these were mostly teenagers that I heard yelling. There were sentences such as, her eyes are rolling in the back of her head, she can't breathe, someone call 911, let go. Everyone seemed in a panic of, like, everything that everyone said was a very panic-stricken tone.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ms. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 1 and 3. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
And what did I hand you?
You handed me an aerial view further away and then one slightly closer up of the bus stop right in front of Timberline High School.
And do you recognize those areas
Yes.
specifically? Okay.
Specifically, yes.
Is this the area that you were just referring to as traveling down on or about October 18th, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take those back from you. May I retrieve them now?
You may.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 1. Ms. Wagner? And we'll give that a moment. You have, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You have a pointer here, ma'am. This dot has a cursor. You just have to give it a second. There's a delay, okay?
This one right here?
Yeah, the circle.
Okay.
Let's give it a second to pop. There's it.
Oh, okay.
Ms. Wagner, can you, well, first of all, what are we looking at here? Let me zoom out just a little bit. And then we'll let that recalibrate itself, so to speak. Okay, what are we looking at here, ma'am?
Well, this is Timberline High School, and this is Mullen Road. And I'm trying to get it, sorry, where did it go?
It's all the way at the top.
Is it? Oh, okay. This is the bus stop right here. And in the middle of Mullen Road, there's a left-hand turn lane to turn into the school.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3.
Just a moment. The witness was using the cursor to highlight the high school, the bus stop, which is an icon on that exhibit, and the road directly next to the bus stop.
And where you were pointing was about center of the page towards the bottom. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. About towards
Sure.
center
When we
of the
say
page?
center of the page towards the bottom of the
Oh, towards the
photograph.
bottom, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 3. And do you recognize this area?
I do.
Okay, and what area is this?
This right here is the bus stop that I mentioned. This is right in front of Timberline High School. Right there, this is the left-hand turn lane that we drove into and then parked, or put on our hazards, rather.
Okay.
So.
And when you parked...
I'm sorry, and the witness was using the pointer around the center of the exhibit.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll take that back. And so when you parked in that location, you said Josh got out of the car. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what happened next?
Well, Josh got out of the truck and he crossed the road, and I moved over into the driver's seat and dialed 911. And then I was on the phone with 911, and I was telling them that there was an altercation that was taking place, and that somebody was hurt. And did you want to know what I saw or what I did?
I'm going to ask you the next
Okay.
question. Okay. And how long do you think you got out of the truck after Josh got out of the truck?
Within a minute or two.
Okay. What do you recall observing initially, whether you were in the vehicle or out of the vehicle? What's the first thing you remember seeing?
In the vehicle from the passenger side, before I crossed over into the driver's side, like I said, we both saw what appeared to be a fight. There were several people involved. It looked like there was a young man and then some other teenagers that were kicking, punching somebody that was down on the ground. After Josh got out of the vehicle and I moved over to the driver's side, I was able to see what appeared to be a man on the ground with a young woman that he had subdued somehow. There were teenagers that appeared to be kicking him and punching the man, but again, there was a lot of commotion. So I don't know how many teenagers were doing it, but
Sure.
but that was kind of the setup of the situation.
And you said that there was a young woman. Where did you see this young woman?
The young woman, she was on the ground.
And on the ground where?
On the ground in front of the man.
And when you say in front of the man, can you describe to me what you mean? Like underneath the man, on top of the man? Were they standing up, sitting down? What does that look like?
They were on the ground, and what it looked like was that the man had, and I couldn't see if it was a young woman yet, because she had hair in her face, and there was dust coming up. But what appeared to be is his arm was around her neck. And her, like I said, her face, she had hair on her face, and then I feel like she was wearing a pair of pants too. So initially, like I said, I couldn't see if it was a young woman or a young man, but I learned quickly thereafter, after she got up, that it was a young girl.
And what is Josh doing during this time?
When Josh crossed the street, he disappeared into the group of people, and then he was pushing people aside to get down to what was the source of all of the conflict.
And do you recall if he pushed? Who did he push aside?
So there was the man that was holding the young woman, and then there were other teenagers that were hitting the man, and then there were also 2 other women that were trying to get in the way of the teenager who was hitting the man, and then Josh was pushing everyone aside, and he got down to the man who was holding the young woman on the ground. And at that point, that's when yes. So I don't know how much further. Sorry, I don't know how much of the story you want, or if there's initial questions that you want me to stop for. Okay.
So as I understand where you're at right now, have you exited the vehicle yet, or are you still in the vehicle? Do you remember?
At this point, I had exited the vehicle, but I was still standing next to the vehicle, and I was on the phone with 911, and I was describing to them what I was seeing.
Okay, and as you're watching this, you've described 2 other women. Were they adult women or teens or kids or something else?
It appeared to be an older woman, and then a teenage age woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how were they dressed, if you remember?
So both of them were dressed all in black, and both had a headscarf on.
And when you saw them appear, did you see them doing anything to help assist the woman on the ground?
No. What it seemed to me is that they were trying to stop the teenagers from hitting the man in that situation. So no, I didn't see them trying to stop the stop. I'm afraid of the words to use. Assault. I'm sorry. Can I say that? Is that okay to say?
That's what you saw, though. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever actually cross the street?
I did.
And what do you recall seeing when you crossed the street?
When I crossed the street, I saw that the young woman who had been held down on the ground, she was being pulled up, and she was stumbling behind the trees. She was stumbling off, just kind of running away. It was what it looked like, but her footing was very bad, and so she was stumbling across in front of me. And then there was the young man who had been punching the older man on the ground, and he was going with her, kind of pulling her off to the side. The 2 women that were dressed in black, they followed her. At that point, Josh had subdued the man on the ground. At that point, so Josh was over in the trees. He was over there, and I saw the woman stumble across in front of me. And
I'm going to have you hit pause for a moment. When you say the woman stumble across in front of you, and I know that, first of all, do you know any of these individuals?
I don't know any of them personally, no.
Okay.
No.
And so I know that we are using a lot of young man, young woman,
Yes.
the woman. I know that can be difficult, so I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things for me.
Okay.
First, I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit, okay? And so when you were talking about the young woman stumbled,
Mm-hmm.
which young woman are you referring to?
Do you want me to give them a name?
No.
Or, no. Okay.
I'm sorry, so you can't ask questions.
Oh,
but
okay.
if you can't answer the question that's asked, you can say that and she will ask it in another way.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask, since you don't know any of these people individually,
Mhm.
and I don't want you to testify about something that you may have learned later regarding names,
Mhm.
I'm going to ask you to only use the description of the individuals that you saw at the time. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So starting first with the young woman that you described on the ground, where did she go?
She was pulled up and crossed in front of me to my left. So this was happening on the right side of me, and she crossed in front of me to the left side of me. The young man that had been punching the older man on the ground, he went with her and was pulling her. The two women that were initially at the scene that were both dressed in black, both the older woman and the younger woman, they followed the woman the young woman who had been pulled up from the ground.
Okay, I'm going to have you pause.
Okay.
And did you see how the two women wearing black, or all in black, how were they interacting with the young woman that had just stood up, that had been on the ground?
They seemed to be trying to.
Objection is to speculation as to what they're trying to do as opposed to what they did.
I'm going to sustain as to non-responsive.
So, not assuming or speculating about what they did, what did you observe? What did it appear to you that you observed?
They were running toward the young woman who had just gotten up off the ground, and the young man was trying to prevent them from getting to her.
And what was the young woman doing specifically?
She was stumbling and running in the opposite direction of where she had come from.
Okay, was she running back towards either woman in black?
No, she was running away.
Okay. And so when you got across the street, well, let me back up. How did the young woman seem to you when you saw her? The young woman who had been on the ground, and I believe you described earlier the older man had had his arms around her.
She seemed in.
Calls for speculation as to her condition.
Overruled.
That means you can answer. How did she seem to you? How did she appear?
She appeared incredibly confused.
And what do you mean by that? What does that look like?
She seemed to not know what her surroundings were. She was like I said, she was in kind of a panic. At one point, there was a slight altercation between the women that were wearing black and the young man who was assisting the young woman who was on the ground. And at that point, I ran. I was in the middle of the street at that point, but I ran across and started screaming at everybody to just stop, because there was still fighting going on. And the young woman she turned around and looked at me, and her eyes were huge. I mean, she had hair in her face. She looked completely disheveled. She looked very confused, absolutely terrified. And she looked at me and then turned the opposite direction and ran towards the high school. So she didn't say any words or anything to me. So.
And initially or earlier in your direct, I believe you used the phrase she was not sure-footed.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
She was stumbling. She could not stay on her feet. She was trying to run, but was falling, tripping over herself.
And how? Well, I'll come back to that question. So you said you called 911 during this. Is that correct?
I called 911 before I left the truck. Yes.
Okay. And did you stay on with 911 throughout that interaction?
I did.
Okay. What did you do? At some point, did you? What happened to the vehicle? What happened to your truck?
So after the young woman ran off towards the high school, the young man who was with her went that direction as well, and then I went back to the truck and I pulled the truck into the high school parking lot. I was on the phone with 911, and they had informed me that police were almost there. So I pulled into the parking lot and stayed there until police arrived.
Thank you. And I want to go back to when you described how you observed the
older man on the ground with the later, as you know, younger female or younger woman on the ground. You made a gesture earlier in trying to describe that. Can you describe what that gesture was? How was he holding her?
What I saw was, her head was right about here.
So can you describe it with words?
And describe it with words, yes, absolutely.
So let me just explain something. So
Yes.
we have a court reporter.
Mhm.
So again, I know it's very difficult to talk slower, but our court reporter has to write down everything that is happening.
Okay.
So we have to describe what's happening as if you were reading it from a piece of paper.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So if you can slow down just a little bit more.
Okay.
And then describe what you were seeing.
What I was seeing was a head with with hair in the face in the elbow area of an arm. So the head was in between a bicep and the bicep and the forearm, I suppose. That's the area that I saw the head, her head.
And when you said you observed these, the young male striking the older man, or the adult male, and the other kids engaged, were their strikes effective in releasing the young woman from the adult male?
They were not effective.
Do you recall the older woman dressed all in black saying anything about the girl on the ground?
I did not hear anything that was audible, no.
Okay. How would you describe the build of the young female that had been on the ground?
She was a petite woman, young girl. I'm almost 5'9", and I was quite a bit taller than her. So she was slender.
And how would you describe the adult male in terms of build and size?
He appeared to be a larger man. The entire time that I saw him, he was either close to being on the ground or on the ground. So I didn't get a full, I didn't get a side by side.
Sure. And do you recall if the adult male was saying anything at the time?
Not that I was able to hear, no.
Okay. And where did Josh go once if anywhere, once the younger female had been released?
Josh stayed in where he was. He stayed next to the man that was on the ground.
Okay. And did you make contact with law enforcement?
I did after they arrived, yes.
Okay. And did you provide a statement to law enforcement?
I did.
Ms. Wagner, how would you describe the fullness of your statement today in comparison to the statement you gave to law enforcement?
I would say as close as it could be.
Okay. And would it be fair to say you've provided more details today?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Well, you were able to show me the map so I can pinpoint exactly the location. And the questions that you asked me, when the police asked me to give a statement, they just said, tell us everything that you think is important. And so I wrote that down, and there weren't any other additional questions. So.
Thank you. And I want to show you some still shots.
Actually, Ms. Stone, I think that we'll do that after our afternoon recess. You can just stay where you're at. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to come forward and lead you back to the jury room for our afternoon break, which will be about 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
as soon as I start talking, they're going to come back in. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, so we have hug. Hug. Suppose I could play that. Oh. So they keep playing that, then they put it away. All right, anyway, so on the stand right now is Mary Wagner. She was a witness, her and her husband. In that body cam footage, that's her husband. What's his name? Josh. So in that body cam footage that I showed earlier, he's the citizen, the helpful citizen that was holding down Ihsan. So she and her husband Josh were coming home from a late lunch. She said she saw this altercation on the high school side of the road by a public bus stop. She thought it was a high school altercation, so they stopped. The husband got out. She got out too, and she called 911. She heard screaming and alarming things. Things like her eyes are rolling back. Her eyes are rolling in the back of her head. Let go. Call 911. She can't breathe. So those are pretty alarming things, I would say, right? So they both saw what appeared to be a fight. A young man and other teenagers were kicking and punching someone on the ground, right? So initially you're like, oh my God, this person's getting punched and kicked while they're on the ground. Stop it, right? But then as she got there and she assessed the situation, she said that there was a man on the ground with a young woman who he had subdued somehow. The man had an arm around her neck. And then an older woman and a teenage woman come. They're all dressed in black with their headscarves on. She said they did not assist the woman on the ground. They were trying to stop the teenagers from hitting the man. Right? I mean, that's so messed up. The young woman is being pulled up. So she was stumbling behind the trees, trying to run away. The teenager, the boy, man, young adult, so that's Isaiah. He was trying to help her. The young woman was stumbling and running away from the two women in black. So she called 911. She stayed with them. She said that she saw was hair, hair and face and the elbow area. So bicep and forearm. It's a pretty good description. She didn't hear the older woman say anything. She said the young female was petite, slender, smaller, because she said she's 5'9", so she said, she's smaller than her. And the adult male appeared larger, but he was on the ground the entire time. So let's see. 6 a.m. in Maryland. Yes, East Coast Tinks 82. We're in Florida, so we are at 6 o'clock. So it's 3 o'clock. I think they go to 4 or 4:30. Well, we'll find out. Oh, Joanne, are you taking off? You're done for the day, heading over to say hi to Linda and Michelle. Please be kind to each other. Thank you, Joanne. I wish I could pull up your comment, but Kath and Kelly are way over to another place. So thank you for being with us, Joanne. Appreciate it. Connie Marie, I wonder the same. I don't like when getting into victim bashing. Yeah. Denise says, was just going to ask if they were out on bail. Thank you for the answers. Yep. Nanny Goat, her parents tried to delete her. That's beyond being angry. That is true. Edgin says, what is the defense claiming happened? Their opening statement was, she didn't talk to her parents about leaving. The parents were concerned, so they called law enforcement. They talked to law enforcement throughout the day. Fatima told people she had run away. Isaiah inserted himself in between the parents and the daughter. Careful of what witnesses say versus what you see. And then that condition that she had where the lungs, air gets into other parts of your body, that was resolved and it wasn't life-threatening after all. That was one defense opening. The other defense opening was, again, look what the witnesses say versus what you will see. The daughter didn't want to travel with the mom. She never communicated this to the parents. She never said, can you do something else? She ran away at 4 o'clock that morning. The parents drove around Olympia looking for their daughter. Fatima saw dad's truck several times. Holds on to her daughter and not her neck. I mean, it's I don't know. The defense that's some really interesting defense, but that's what they say. Betsy Jean, thanks for the update. Yeah, no problem. These are my recaps. They are in jail. Yes, Virginia Little. They are in jail. Deborah, it's 11 p.m. in England, the UK. No problem. I mean, thank you for letting us know that. Number 1 cat whisperer running away doesn't warrant deleting her. That is true. Northwest defense forgot to mention the trip was international. Yeah, that opening statement on both their parts was like, what? And Pammy, squeak caps are cool. Squeak cap. Denny Don, yeah, the defense is really reaching. Kerrville, best part of the stream, the recaps by Squee to get all caught up. Judge Canoni's baloney, yes, you're going to make me say that again, often resolves by itself. Pneumonia, I can get the pneumomediastinum. Pneumomediastinum. I hope that's right. Often resolves itself. It did, and it did. Judge Canoni's baloney. It's midnight here in Sweden, Angela says. Jordovic. Did the parents file the runaway report after the police officers? Tinks asks. No, they filed it before because the officer, that first responder, said that they contacted him. He's the one that took the missing persons. So the parents contacted law enforcement first. Let's see. Virginia says, did she have a restraining order on her parents? Not that I know. Denny Don, wait, they tried to run after this incident out of the country? No, I think mom took the 3 and 5-year-old to Canada. Oh, Roro. Ninau mediastium. How was that? Was that any better? Your daughter had that? Roro, lungs leak air? Yeesh. Well, Kerrville, Ihsan Ali was briefly released on a $150,000 bond, but was rearrested in November after attempted charges were added, increasing his bail. Right? I mean, geez. Nick, where's the daughter now? Sorry if this has already been answered. She's with Safeway, it's called. I think it's like a safe house. Safeway, they're calling it. Iwadi, hello from California. Hello to you. Oh, I remember you. Yes, you've been in our chat before. I think you came in with Carlos, right? I think you came on with when we were doing Carlos, if I'm not mistaken. Good to see you. You tried to read my last name. Great try. I'm seeing Djordjevic, or Vich. Is it Vich or Vic? Tink said, I heard the officer tell the dad that he wasn't supposed to be there after that happened. I don't remember that. I do know that he said that they called him. He's the one that took the missing persons. He took the missing persons report. He knew about the no contact order. I could have sworn he said that he took, was in full uniform. I could have sworn he said that he took the missing persons, that he got the call. I'm just trying to find that again. Had contact with Ihsan earlier, had been to the house as she had been reported as a runaway. So yeah, so Ihsan was the one that said that she was a runaway. All right, Flip, you're not going to convince everybody of your opinion, so just let it go. We hear you. We understand it. Just let it go. Kawhi, let's see. Popu? Did I get that right? Poipu? Popu? Piapu? Poipu? Noon here on Kauai. Did I even say that right? I'm so sorry. Beautiful, beautiful language. I just am having terrible. I'm sorry. All right, guys, let's just take down the temperature a little bit. We all have our opinions. And guess what? You're not going to convince everybody in the chat, so you don't have to keep hammering it home. Well, Flip, if you have a difference of opinion, that's one thing, but just stop hammering it home because you're just going to get up. People are going to get upset at you. You're going to get upset at people. Just let it go. Let's just watch the trial. And if you need to take a step away, take a step away. All right. Yes, this is a no hate zone, Jojo. I wish I could pull up your chats. I got to reboot my machine after we do our stream. Chris Wallace says she ran away because the mom was taking her back to marry an older guy. Yep. The boys will be treated like royal. Yeah. Yeah, I think, well, I think one's 3 and one's 5. So the daughters are the oldest, and then the younger ones are the boys. Angela, how long is the break? 15 minutes? Usually 15 minutes. Jamie, Fatima outsmarted her parents. Kerville, no one ever has a bad outcome from trusting the police or CPS to do their job. Chrissy Bacon, you have been more than patient and tolerant. Well, that's what we are. We're here to be. And we hear everybody's opinion, but if you attack somebody else, we're not gonna stand for that. And also, if you attack, based on race or religion or country, we're not gonna stand for that either. We will delete that comment. 15-minute break, and we have been on a break for 12 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes. So probably about quarter after. It does look like a headboard, doesn't it, Lynn? I know, it's so funny. Angelique says, hopefully she turns 18 soon and can be safe and away from them. That's actually not Super Ball. That's Polly. That's Polly meowing. Super Ball is over here. That's Polly. That's meowing. I hear you, Dwayne. I hear you. It's not worth it. Let's see. Let's see. Yes, hijab. How am I? I'm so sorry. Is it hajib? No. Hijab. Hijab. How do you say that? Hajib. Hijab. Hijab. Please educate me. How is that pronounced? I know I've heard it before, and I just don't know how it's pronounced right now. But we will learn. We will learn together. Hijab. So it's called hijab. Oh, wait. It can also be pronounced with stress on the first syllable as hijab. Both pronunciations, the J is similar to an S. Okay. So it's like hisab? Is that how it is? Hijab, 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 hijab. All right. Hijab. Oh, let me go here. Let's hear this.
As well as how to say more interesting but often confused.
All right, just say it.
With many mispronounced.
Just say it. All right, that didn't get me anywhere. Hijab. We're going with hijab. I'm seeing it as hijab and also hijab. but then the J sound is similar to the S in measure. Just say headscarf. How about headscarf? just say it. But they're saying the J sound is like an S. So high sab? Is that really? Seriously? Is that how they're high sab? Let me see what this guy's saying. Let's see.
And how do you say it? Hijab.
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 Hijab. All right, hijab. I'm going to pronounce it hijab. All right, some of you said hijab. I'm going to go with hijab as well. Hijab. Hijab. So anyway, 10 minutes later, hijab. 10 minutes later, Squeegee finally pronounces the headscarf. Well, let it be said that I will not try to at least try to pronounce. I will always try to pronounce things that I do not know. No, I'm thinking Polly might be starting to go into heat again, to be quite honest. I think she might be starting to go into heat again. I think that might be her starting to go into heat. We got to get her fixed. I got to get her fixed like next week. I'm going to call him this week and get her fixed next week because she's still nursing. And they're just over 5 weeks old. They'll be 6 weeks on Thursday. So I think it's time. I think it's time to... He tried. Thank you, Capri. Yes, hijab. I tried. Yep, we got to get her fixed for sure. Don't want any more little pew-pews coming out. Yes, Psychosaurus Rex, we love learning. Yeah, Pammy, Rutro is right. Bice, I wish I knew what the heck you're talking about. Polly, that's Polly. You hear Polly in the background? That's her meowing. I think she's going into heat again. I think. She's acting like she's... You hear her meowing, right? She's had like 30 meals today. She ate just like an hour ago. She doesn't want to go out, I don't think. I'm not sure if she wants to go out or not. Some vets won't do that when they're in heat. Yeah, I know. I talked to them already. I talked to my vet and they said they would. There's an extra charge if she's pregnant, but I'm going to get her fixed before hopefully. She's going to get fixed in the next week or two. Matter of fact, I'm going to call them tomorrow morning. Zach, how did you get all of those characters? That's really funny. So the kittens are calm. It's no issues with the kitties, with her kittens. She's just, she's having a moment right now. Are the kittens scheduled? No, because they're like 5 weeks old, so we're not going to get them fixed until they're probably 6 months or something. Darlene, it's me. I hear over and over the girl did not go to school, so did she graduate or were they holding her hostage to keep her away from the boy? I think, Darlene, she was homeschooled, I think maybe? Yeah, she did not go to that school. I think she was being homeschooled. Northwest, 4 kittens will drive most moms crazy. Whoa. That's some serious video going on there. Deborah, she has been such a great mom. I agree. And Mel, hijab. That's what I heard from this guy, Julian, I think his name was. Hijab. Thank you, Mel. Appreciate that. Yes. Cats are fast. Keep your eagle on her. Male cats will smell and heat. I know, David. I know. She figured it out. There's like no cats around us, and yet she figured it out the last time. So we will definitely get her fixed as soon as we can. If not, I'm going to call him tomorrow morning because we're not going to start here until... well, actually, I think we have a Stefan Stearns. He had a trial today, or a hearing today. So we'll do that tomorrow morning, but I think it's only like an hour. and then we'll do this. So I'll call them. I'll call my vet tomorrow, and we'll get something set up. Let's see. Pulled from school to keep away from boy. Homeschooled. Home confinement. Northwest said. Put a diaper on her. Yeah. Oh, thank you for babies. Appreciate that. Donation for Pauly. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it is expensive, unfortunately. We have other places that, well, I'll tell you later.
Right around 2 in the afternoon, there was a request for a sidebar, I believe, by Mr. Kading. This had been questions by Mr. Kading on cross-examination with the officer who testified, and questions related to what had potentially been relayed to the officer by Mr. Ali. There had been a couple of objections, I think 3 total, to questions asked by Mr. Kading. I sustained the objections, and Mr. Kading asked for the sidebar, and he at sidebar indicated what he was trying to ask, and that he wasn't asking that there be any specifics related to his questions as to what Mr. Ali was talking to the officer about. Ms. Zoe indicated that the response called for hearsay, because if the witness were allowed to answer the question, it would be confirming what Mr. Ali was saying, and that was hearsay. And then Mr. Kading indicated that he would rephrase. I didn't make a specific ruling because I had already ruled on the objections, and I think Mr. Kading was just seeking clarification at the sidebar, and then questioning went on. Mr. Kading, anything that you would like to add to the sidebar? No, Your Honor. Ms. Zoe, anything you'd like to add to the sidebar?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Leary, anything you'd like to add to the sidebar?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and bring the jury in, and the witness can be recalled to take the stand.
Thank you. May I step out with your?
Yes. You may go ahead and come forward through the center again and retake the stand. And you can stand or sit, however you prefer. Yes. Please be seated. And members of the jury, we're going to continue with the direct examination of this witness. Ms. Stone, you may continue.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 29 through 33. If you could look at those silently to yourself for a moment and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what those are, ma'am?
I do.
What are those?
That is our pickup truck.
In each of those photos?
In each of the, do you want me to flip? Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
In the photos, yes, there is our pickup truck pulled into the left turn lane in front of the high school.
Do those appear to be true and, well, are those from October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Do those appear to be true and accurate representations of your vehicle and those events as it appeared to you on that day?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take those back from you. May I publish, please, Your Honor?
That's
You may.
me.
I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 29. So starting first with State's Exhibit, actually, I'm going to go backwards. Start with State's Exhibit 30. What are we looking at State's Exhibit 30? What is this a photograph of?
This is our pickup truck.
Okay. And where is that vehicle located?
In just a moment. You can put the pointer down.
So what I'm actually going to ask you to do, if you don't mind, pick the pointer back up for a moment and just move the cursor off the middle of the photograph. Thank you so much. So in State's Exhibit 30, where is your vehicle located?
The vehicle is parked in the left turn lane that would be turning in towards the high school.
Okay. And on State's Exhibit 31, what are we looking at here? What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of our vehicle over on the right-hand side of the picture.
Okay. Is that the same on State's Exhibit 32?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is that where your vehicle remained until you moved it into the parking lot as you've described?
It is.
And somewhat redundant, but State's Exhibit 33. Is that the same vehicle?
That is also our vehicle, yes.
Okay. So when we look at State's Exhibit, actually I want to show you a couple more photos. May I approach, Honor?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 16 would have been admitted as State's Exhibit 16 through 20. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment and look up at me when you're done. And Ms. Wagner, do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what are those?
These are pictures of our vehicle.
And are those pictures of your vehicle during the events about which you've just been speaking?
Yes.
Okay. Do those appear to be true and accurate representation of those events?
They do.
I'm going to go grab those from you. May I approach, Honor?
You may.
May I publish, Honor?
Yes.
So in State's Exhibit 16, Ms. Wagner, zoom in a little bit. I'll take it just a moment. And so based on what you're observing here, what is happening in this portion of the video, if you can tell?
In this portion of the video, we have...
Well, I'm sorry. This is a photograph
Thank you, of the video still shot. Thank you.
In this picture, we have stopped in the turn lane that turns into the high school in our pickup truck, and it looks like that's my husband getting out. It's a little blurry, so it's hard to see.
Okay. So we'll follow that with State's Exhibit 17. Does that help?
Yes, it does. That is my husband crossing the street.
And your husband, when you say that's your husband crossing the street, can you just identify where he's located in the picture with the description, please?
He is the gentleman that is just over the white line with the sweatshirt and the ball cap on in the street.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 20. And do you see anyone in that photograph that you recognize?
Yes, I am standing outside of the truck, just inside the driver's side door, but standing on the street.
Okay. And is that, as you've described in your testimony, after moving out of the passenger side?
Yes.
Okay. And a few moments ago, you looked at State's Exhibit 29. Do you recall that?
Just now?
In a batch before. Do you recall seeing yourself in another
I
photograph?
do recall seeing myself, yes, in another picture.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 29. Can you identify where you're located in this photograph?
Yes, I am in the upper right-hand corner wearing a red skirt.
And is that where my finger is pointing right here?
That's correct, that's me.
And that's in the upper right-hand area of Exhibit 29.
And Miss Wagner, you looked at those photos, is that correct?
I did.
And are you familiar with those photos being associated with the video?
Yes, I am.
And have you seen that video before?
I have seen that video.
And based on your review of that video, was that a true and accurate representation of those events as they occurred?
Yes.
Permission to publish State's Exhibit 34 previously admitted, Your Honor?
You may.
And Ms. Wagner, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 34. When you see yourself show up on that, can you tell me and I will pause it?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm playing it from the beginning at 2:12:52. And this is the road view video.
There I am.
Okay. And so is that your head just peeking out of the driver's side?
It is, yes, after I'd crawled over the console.
Okay. Were you able to watch what was happening then while you were coming from the passenger side to the driver's
I
side?
was able to see, yes.
Can you indicate the time you stopped the video, please?
Yes, Your Honor. 2:14:13 p.m. Is that correct? Is that what it says?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And had you started calling 911 yet, or did that happen afterwards? If you know.
I honestly couldn't say. It was between that time and the time that I got out of the vehicle.
Okay. So I'm going to start it and then play until we see you across the street. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I was on the phone with 911 at that point.
Okay. At 2:14:25 is when you noted that?
Yes.
Okay, I've paused the video at 2:15:47. Ms. Wagner, what was happening there when you were coming across the street? Can you explain to the jury what they were seeing?
When I was coming across the street, I had seen the young woman who was on the ground had gotten up and was stumbling through the trees there. And there was a young man who was helping her, and then the two women that I had described earlier that were in black were trying to get towards the young woman, and the young man that was with her was trying to prevent them. So I had ran over because there was still physical altercation happening, and I was screaming at everybody to stop. So.
Okay, thank you. And was the young woman at that time going towards the two women all in black or away from them?
Away from.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Just briefly.
Thank you for being here. So your husband out of the truck, correct?
Yes.
Runs across the street. Yes?
Yes.
All right. And then you climb over into the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
And then at some point you call 911.
Yes.
And it appeared that from the video that your husband kind of had the situation under control before you had actually come across the street. Is that fair? If you recall.
If I recall, I was uncertain about whether the situation was under control or not.
Okay. Just from what you could see from where you were.
That's correct.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
No objection.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go or stay, however you so desire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Stone, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Josh Wagner. May I step out for treatment?
You may. Please.
And will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated. And Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi,
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
my name's Josh Wagner, Wagner.
And are you employed, sir?
Yes.
How so?
Self-employed on my own business.
And are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes, it's close to my house.
Okay. Is that in Lacey, Washington?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you in or around that area on October 18th, 2024, just after 2 p.m.?
Yes.
And where were you coming from?
Brunch. It was my birthday, so I'd gone out to brunch that morning.
So it kind of what?
It was my birthday. I'd gone out to brunch that morning, so I was heading home.
Okay. Who were you with, if anyone?
Mary Wagner,
And who was married?
my wife.
And what kind of vehicle do you drive?
2016 Ram 2500.
And when you were on your way home from brunch, was there anything significant that occurred that you observed?
Yeah, in front of the school, there was a pack of kids that looked like they were fighting, so pulled into the turn lane to stop the fight.
Okay. And when you say the school, what school you were?
Timberline High School.
Okay. So when I ask questions, I'm just going to ask you to pause for just a second. It's natural for people to talk over each other, but we have a court reporter and she has to write it down. So if you can just pause for a second, okay? So you said Timberline High School, is that right?
Yes.
And you said you saw a pack of kids. Where was that pack of kids? Where was this event occurring?
At the bus stop in front of the school.
Okay. And what did you do when you observed that incident?
I pulled into the turn lane and exited my vehicle and approached the kids.
Why did you approach the kids? I mean, let me ask this a different way. Have you seen fights before?
Yes.
Okay. Do you stop your vehicle in the middle of the road for fights?
If it's a one-on-one fight, I wouldn't stop necessarily. But it was a huge mob of kids, and to me, that's unjust.
Okay. And so as you see that, was this a different scenario?
Yes.
Okay. When you got out of your vehicle and you got closer, did your opinion about what was occurring change?
Absolutely. I realized it was not.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions, okay? When you got closer, what did you see?
I seen a grown man choking a young teenage girl.
And you say choking, what does that mean to you?
He was on his back and had the young girl on top of him in a rear naked choke.
That is a pretty specific term. So tell me what you mean by that. Why do you use that term?
That's what I know it is called. He had his arm wrapped around her neck.
How do you know that's what it's called?
I was in the military and we did training, and we.
What branch of the military?
U.S. Army.
Okay. What did you do in the Army?
I was a mechanic.
And you said you did training. Were you associated with any particular unit that gave you that type of training?
I was in the special ops community.
And so when you say you observed him holding her in a rear naked choke, is that a specific hold that you're familiar with based on your training?
Absolutely.
How long were you in the Army?
13 years.
So what did you do when you made that observation about what the adult male was doing to the young female?
I stopped him from choking her.
Okay. Were there any other adults that were present at the time that you observed?
There was a adult woman screaming and crying. I didn't know who it was at the time.
What about any other adult males there besides the one that you've identified on the ground?
Not initially, no. Not that I remember.
Okay.
up here, John?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted. Mr. Wagner, States Exhibits 1 and 4. Ask you to look at those silently yourself, and then look up at me when you're done, please.
And Mr. Wagner, could you pull yourself just a little bit
Yes,
closer
ma'am.
to that microphone and make sure you don't speak directly into it, but closer to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And do you recognize what I've handed you in States Exhibits 1 and 4?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those?
Aerial view map of the area of Mullen and Timberline High School.
Okay, do those appear to be true and accurate representations of that area as it appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take them back from you. Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing States Exhibit 1. Mr. Wagner, can you identify, describe on this photograph where you were coming from, which direction you were heading to for the jury, please?
I was on Mullen from top left, traveling towards the bottom right on Mullen.
Okay. And that's almost intersects the bottom left corner of that photograph. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Showing you States Exhibit 4. And you described where you stopped your vehicle. Where was that on this photograph?
Right where it says Mullen in that turn lane in front of the bus stop symbol.
I'm going to scale out for just a hair. Okay, so are you talking about this bottom left-hand arrow here?
Yes.
Okay. And where was
the bottom left of the exhibit?
Yes.
And where was this event occurring as you recalled it?
Pretty much right where that bus stop symbol is.
Okay. Was it on concrete or was it on dirt? If you remember.
Where it started, I don't remember, but it ended in the dirt.
Okay. So where you ended up was in the dirt. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw the female that was being choked by the adult, how old did this individual look to you? Are you talking a child, an adult? Where in that range would you assess this female?
Teenage girl.
Okay. Were there, besides the adult female that you described, the adult male, the young female, were there any other people present that you recall?
Yeah, there was a pretty good group of kids trying to stop what was going on. I couldn't tell you how many. I would estimate 5 to 10 roughly.
Was it apparent to you that they were trying to stop what was going on?
Yes.
How would you describe their demeanors in terms of how did they present to you?
They were very frantic and afraid.
Did you observe whether that, well, let me back up. The adult female that you saw, how was she dressed in appearance? If you remember.
She had a head covering on.
Okay. Did you see if she was assisting? You've described yourself as assisting in trying to remove the young female from the older male. Were there any other adult males that were helping you with that?
No, not initially.
Okay. What about later?
There was the bus driver that got out, and he was kind of standing there. I don't think he knew what to do.
Okay.
And by that point, it was already kind of under control.
Okay. And what about that adult female that with the head covering? Was she assisting in any way, helping remove the
I don't
female
remember that. I wasn't focused on that.
Okay. You don't remember her assisting?
No.
And do you recall a young man that was present at the scene? Apologies, that was poorly worded. Do you recall any of the kids specifically that were there at the scene as if they were helping?
No,
Okay. Do you remember, in terms of the adult female that was present at the scene, if she was saying anything? You described her as crying. Do you remember if she was saying anything at the time?
she was speaking in. She wasn't speaking English.
Okay. So she was saying something, but not in English.
Yes.
When you saw the young female, how did she appear to you when you saw her?
Her face was changing colors when she was being choked.
What kind of colors? When you say that, what does that
She
mean
was
to you?
going to lose consciousness if it continued.
When you arrived, did you say anything to the adult male that was choking her?
No.
Okay. Was the impact of the kids, was that having any effect on them, on the adult male releasing the female?
No.
How would you describe the adult male's build?
He's a decent sized guy.
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes.
If you are able to, could you please identify where he's located and an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark blue blazer or sport jacket, sitting near the window.
Then I just ask that the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Ali.
Did you speak with him at all during the course of this, if you recall?
No.
Okay. How would you describe the build of the young female? How did she appear to you? I know what you described her kind of physical appearance as the events were occurring, but how would you describe her build?
She seemed to be a petite girl.
And did you speak with her at all?
No.
While you were there with Mr. or the male, was he saying or doing anything? Was he speaking to the female in any way that you observed?
Not that I recall.
Did you know any of these people?
No.
Okay. And is there any way you could have confused what was occurring with maybe just a hug or a restraint type hold?
Absolutely not.
Why do you say that?
It was due to the young girl's color changing and recognizing what was going on. It was very obvious she was being choked.
And at some point then, was the young female able to get away from the male?
Yes.
And how or when did that occur?
Once I took control of the situation and removed his arm from around her neck.
Okay, and where did she go, if you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. What did you do next?
I just held him there until the police arrived and told the kids to call 911.
And did law enforcement arrive?
Yeah, shortly.
Okay. And did you speak with law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
You may.
Mr. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibits, plural, 16 through 20 and 30. Will you look at those silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir? Do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
And what are those?
Security cam footage from the bus showing my vehicle and me exiting my vehicle and the group of kids.
And do those appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of that scene as it appeared on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take those back from you. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Yes. Just showing you State's Exhibit 16. What is depicted, Mr. Wagner?
That's my vehicle in the turn lane. I think that's Mary standing there.
Okay. State's Exhibit 17. Mr. Wagner, do you recognize who that is?
Yeah, that's me.
And is that just after you've exited your vehicle?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 18. Do you see yourself in that photograph?
Maybe partially behind the guy with the safety vest on, but I mean, I would have to really look in that.
So let me ask you this. On the right-hand side of the photograph, there appears to be a person in a camouflage hat.
That'd be me.
Okay, so you're the camouflage hat throughout these photographs?
Yep.
Okay. When you arrived at the scene and made contact with the adult male at the time, was he conscious and actively engaged?
Absolutely.
Okay. I have nothing additional for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wagner, fair to say that you came upon this scene sometime after it had started?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fair to say you don't really have any idea how long that was?
No.
Okay. And I guess I was confused about your description. When you first came up, you said that the young girl was on top?
Yes.
Of the man? Okay. And so was he on his back?
Yes.
Okay. And it was you that made him let go?
Yes.
All right. And after he let go, did he move anymore?
He tried to get up. That's it.
Okay. How long after the young woman got up did he try to get up?
I don't remember the exact time. It was shortly afterwards.
Mr. Kading, can I have you just get a little bit closer to that microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Okay. And so, when he tried to get up, did you stop him?
Yes.
All right. And did you at some point roll him onto his side?
Yes.
Why?
To keep him there until the police arrived.
All right. And when the police arrived, did you immediately let him go?
Once the police arrived, they took control of the situation.
Okay. But you walked him up to the police car, right?
I helped the police, yes.
Okay. Are you a police officer?
No, sir.
Okay. And the bus driver was there. Can you describe him?
No, I don't really recall what he looked like other than the high-vis vest.
Okay. So you know it was him wearing that?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Larry.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Wagner.
Hello.
Thank you.
you for being here.
You're welcome.
So, have you seen the video?
Yes.
Okay. And did the prosecutor show it to you, or did you see it somewhere else?
It was a public records request.
Okay. So did you file a public records request?
Yes.
Okay. And so you got the video. Did you get police reports or just the video?
Just the video.
Okay. And when was that?
Months ago. I don't remember the exact time.
Okay. How many times do you think you've watched the video?
A few times. I mean, couldn't give you a number.
Okay. All right. So from the looks of it, you were able to kind of get control of Mr. Ali relatively quickly. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So we've seen the still shots of you getting out of the truck, correct? Yes.
Yes.
And then running across the street, correct?
Yes.
And then you kind of make your way through the crowd, and then you pointed out, or you recognized your hat, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you then go down kind of hands-on, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything in between you and Mr. Ali in terms of your ability to get to him?
Just the kids, the group of kids that was around.
Okay, and they were mostly standing around?
Yes.
All right, so you kind of work your way through, and then when you go to the ground, you're able to kind of get hands-on Mr. Ali almost immediately.
Yes.
And you're able to free the young woman from his grasp, correct?
Yes.
And that's almost immediately?
It was pretty quick.
All right. And you described an older woman wearing a headscarf, correct?
Yes.
And you said older in the sense that there was a younger woman with a headscarf and then an adult woman. Fair?
I didn't say anything about a young woman with a headscarf.
Okay. Okay. So how many women did you see there with a headscarf?
One that I recall right now.
Okay, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do. I appreciate you correcting me. So you saw a woman with a headscarf.
Yes.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so how would you characterize her age?
Roughly my age or older.
Okay, and you are how old?
I'll be 43 this year.
Okay, so an adult woman with a headscarf.
Yes.
All right. And so, and you described her as kind of upset and crying.
Yes.
And where was she in proximity to you?
15, 20 feet maybe.
Okay. Did she get in your way at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you see her getting in the way of anyone trying to kind of address the situation?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
I wasn't focused on that.
All right. And so basically, if I'm correct, you get out of the truck, you get over there, work your way through the kids, and you are able to kind of put this to rest almost immediately.
Pretty quick.
And then you're able to hold down Mr. Ali, correct?
Yes.
And other than him attempting to get up once, was he actively fighting you?
No.
Okay. Right. And so you're just kind of waiting there, counting the seconds till the police come.
Yes.
And then they take over, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, redirect.
Everything, all right, thank you. Mr. Wagner, when you assisted law enforcement, do you remember how many law enforcement were present? Were there multiple officers that came up to you or one officer?
Just one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of the time that the older man was down on the ground, it was essentially you and that one officer. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that one officer didn't ask you to step back, disengage, anything like that?
No.
Okay. And when you say pretty quick, you got the older man in control pretty quick, was that because he suddenly decided to cooperate with you?
I don't know if that's why. It was just, adrenaline was going pretty quick and it happened very fast.
So when he, let me ask this a different way. When the young female was released, what did that look like from the older man? Did he just suddenly hands up, push her away, I'm done with her, or something else?
He tried to get up and I didn't allow him to get up.
Okay, so to be clear, she was released because of your engagement with him, not because of a voluntary choice by
Yes.
him.
He released because of me getting involved.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Larry? May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to stay or go.
Officer Beltran is present, Your Honor.
All right, so if you would come forward, please, through the middle. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct? Please come forward and be seated. I'm going to need you to speak up, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Justin Beltran, Beltran.
Are you employed, sir?
I am.
How so?
I'm employed by the City of Lacey with the Police Department.
And how long have you been employed by the City of Lacey?
9 years.
Can you briefly describe some of your training and experience in law enforcement, please, sir?
Yes. Successfully completed the basic law enforcement academy at the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission in Burien, Washington, and have had my peace officer certification since July of 2016. There, received training in criminal law, criminal procedures, police tactics, firearms, defensive tactics, evidence gathering, as well as many other topics. Prior to joining the Lacey Police Department, I was employed by the Washington State Department of Corrections as a community corrections officer in King County. I also graduated from the Basic Community Corrections Officers Academy in November of 2015. As a community corrections officer, I was responsible for supervising community members that were on active probation and parole. I also received my Bachelor of Arts degree from Central Washington in Law and Justice in 2012.
Okay. And what are your current duties as a patrol or as an officer? What do you do for Lacey PD?
Yeah, I'm currently assigned to the investigative unit as a school resource officer. I'm one of three.
I'm going to ask you just to come back a tiny bit from the microphone. It's a really sensitive microphone. If you're super close, it gets garbled. If you're too far back, it doesn't pick you up.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm one of 3 school resource officers that work with the North Thurston Public School District. Typically throughout the school year, I work with school administration, students and their families to find solutions to difficult situations. And then I'm also responsible for being on site at the various schools, assisting in school-related events and working with community partners to keep our students safe on and off campus.
And when you are working as a school resource officer, how are you dressed? How do you show up for that job?
The usual black jumpsuit, my duty belt, and my external carrier. I look very similar to the other officers that are working patrol or responding to your 911 calls. And I do have a marked police vehicle.
Is that uniform slightly different than what you're wearing today?
It is.
Okay, what are you wearing today?
We would consider these our Class A's or our formal wool uniform.
Okay, so it doesn't have, is it fair to say it doesn't have your gear and equipment attached to it?
Correct.
Okay. And were you employed by the Lacey Police Department in October of 2024?
I was.
And were you working on October 18th, 2024 at approximately 2:14 p.m.?
I was.
Did you become involved in an investigation occurring at Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast in Lacey, Washington?
I did.
Did you go to that location?
I did.
And about what time did you arrive, if you know?
About 26 hours.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived?
I observed people everywhere. So Timberline has about 1,500 students that go there, and school had just gotten out at 1,400 hours. So you have students that self-transport there, so they drive their own cars. You have a good amount of students that are leaving with school district provided transportation, as well as a group of students that take public transit or intercity transit. Timberline High School is located just north of Mullen Road, which is also a very, very busy roadway. And then directly across from Timberline High School is Lakes Elementary. And that school was due to get out at about 1440 hours. So you had students, their guardians on standby in the parking lot directly across the street waiting to pick up their kids. And then in addition to seeing people everywhere, I noticed some of my Lacey police partners talking to various groups within the student parking lot and along Mullen Road.
And you may have said this and I missed it. Is that the school that you're an SRO for, or are you an SRO for a different school?
Timberline is not my primary high school, but I do cover additional schools on Fridays, just with the varying schedules of the 3 SROs that are employed by our agency.
And what is your primary high school?
River Ridge High School.
Whose primary school is Timberline as an SRO?
Officer Howard, Alicia Howard.
And was this a Friday?
It was.
Okay. So had you been there during the school day and were coming back, or had you not been there that day? You said, and I asked that because you said you would kind of cover down for folks on Fridays, right?
Correct.
So what was happening on this Friday?
So I try to spend majority of my time at my high schools. I don't exactly recall what was going on, but when the call came out, I was responding from River Ridge High School.
Okay. So you said you arrived and you saw lots of people, lots of cars based on the time of day it was, and you saw some of your law enforcement folks there too. Do you remember who was there?
Yes, so I initially made contact with Corporal Pruneda, who's now been promoted to sergeant, Officer Hang, Officer Dawes, Officer Bell, and Officer Chavez, who was on field training with Officer Bell.
Okay, so Chavez was on field training with Officer Bell?
Correct.
Does that mean they would have ridden together?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do when you arrived?
I made initial contact with Corporal Pruneda just to kind of inquire what was going on. And then Officer Hang, I also made contact with him, and I inquired if anybody had made their way into the school to locate Fatima. And I was advised nobody had made their way into the school yet.
Okay, so did you go into the school from there?
I did.
Okay. Is that something that when you are making contact with other officers, there's somebody specifically handing out tasks, you go, or is that, as you've kind of described, you make contact and you collectively kind of figure out where the holes are and the gaps are that need to be filled?
Correct. Find where the holes are at, knowing that I was maybe 4th or 5th on scene. I tried to find work, so to speak, and knowing that I'm familiar with the building, familiar with school administration, I elected to go and track down Fatima.
And where did you go?
I made my way into the main office at about 14:30 hours, and I was advised that...
Okay, I'm going to have you pause. Thank you.
My apologies.
That's okay. So where do you enter the school?
So if you head north through the student parking lot, it's like a double doors to get into the main office that leads into the cafeteria. And then to the right is the main office entrance.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer Beltran, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 1 and 2. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment, please, sir, and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what I've handed you, sir?
I do.
What are those?
It's the student parking lot of Timberline High School.
Okay. And do those appear to be true and accurate representations of that area as it appeared on October 18th, 2024?
It does.
Okay, I'm going to take them back from you, okay? Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Officer Beltran, I'm going to show you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Can you...
And admitted.
Excuse me, unadmitted. Thank you, Your Honor. Can you orient the jury, please, to what they're looking at here?
Yeah, so the street that's labeled Mullen Road, it goes east and west. And then that little area is the student parking lot just north of that Mullen Road designator, right over there. And
May I
then,
approach, Your Honor? I apologize.
Yes.
For interrupting. You have a pointer,
oh,
so that's okay. You have the dot here.
okay.
It will click on that. You have to hold on. There's a delay when it starts.
Okay.
And officer, if you also can, as you use the pointer, describe what portion of the exhibit that you are highlighting. So for example, center of the photograph, right center, right lower. All right?
Will do. So this entire section, sorry, it's a little finicky. This area right here is the student parking lot.
Okay. And you're talking about just about center of that photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Center of the photograph. And then near where the dot or the indicator, the red indicator, also in the center of the photograph is about where the main entrance and the office is.
Okay, so on State's Exhibit 1, when you look at that photograph, you said right about where the red dot is, which is just to the right of center. Is that where the administration offices are?
Correct.
Okay, and are the main doors to the building right there as well?
Correct.
Okay. I'll take that out. Well, actually, I'm going to hit pause. When you said you went in to make contact, where did you enter?
So I initially pulled in with my patrol vehicle here. I made contact with Corporal Pruneda and Officer Hang, and then
This is highlighting the area near the bus stop, which is the lower middle portion of the exhibit.
My apologies. And then I proceeded to move my patrol car through the driveway and parked my car about center of the photograph right here.
Okay. Where are the entrances and exits to Timberline High School, if you know? You described that main entrance. Are there any other entrances or exits?
Yes, there is. Well, as far as main entry exit points, this would be the front of the school, but there is additional entry exit points further west of the school, near the bus drop-off, which is this area I'm pointing at too, which is also middle of the photograph as well. This is the bus loop. And then there's an additional entry exit point that's almost near like the auditorium.
Okay, so there's a couple of them.
Correct.
And that last spot that was highlighted was just below the middle of the photograph, below the middle.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take that back from you. All right. Actually, just you keep that. When you entered, were you able to just walk right in? Meaning, were the doors unlocked and open to the public?
At that point, They had just lifted lockdown protocols, but I do have a special key fob to bypass locked doors that was issued to me by the school district.
Do you get notified if school goes into lockdown?
Typically, yes.
Okay. Is that why you have that? Did you call it a key fob?
Yes.
Okay. Is that why you have that key fob?
Yes, and it can be used all across the school district. So it's not just Timberline High School, but at any of the other schools within our city limits.
Okay. So you went there, you had the capacity, you didn't have to end up using it. Is that correct?
I believe I still fobbed in.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes.
And where did you go when you entered?
I entered the school and then made my way to the main office to inquire where Fatima was at.
Okay. And who, if anyone, was in the main office, if you remember?
There were several counselors. There was Principal Dean. There was the Dean of Students. I don't recall her name. But several people pointed me back to an office where the nurse was present with Fatima.
Did you know any of the counselors' names?
I believe one of the Dean of Students might be Miss Ratcliffe.
Okay.
Principal Dean. I'm not sure about the others.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So you made contact with the adults that were in the main office, and they sent you back to where?
So I walked through the main office. I believe it was the nurse's office. I walked back there and entered the room.
And who was back in the nurse's office?
The nurse at the time was Fatima, Isaiah, and Principal Dean. And there might have been one or two others, but I was only in there for maybe 10 seconds or so. I was in there very, very briefly.
Okay. And then where did you go after that initial, about 10 seconds is the nurse's office? What happened next?
Yeah, so I inquired if Fatima needed medical, and I was advised yes, so I exited the room and called for medical or fire to respond to evaluate Fatima.
And did they in fact arrive and conduct a medical evaluation?
They did.
For who?
Fatima.
How did Fatima appear to you when you made contact with her?
Upon initial contact, she was seated. She was quiet in the corner, but then again, I was only in there for, just a few seconds to inquire about medical, and then I remained out of that room until fire completed their evaluation.
Where did you go while fire was doing their evaluation?
I remained outside in the main office, going back and forth to see if we can track down video surveillance, to talk to my partners, to just kind of figure out where we're at in this investigation.
Do you know how long it took medical to see her? How long did it take fire to see her?
I believe they conducted their evaluation within like 11-minute span.
Were they already on the scene of the school when you arrived, or were you still waiting for them to arrive when you got there?
I was waiting for them to arrive.
So that 11 minutes that you're referring to, is that 11 minutes from the time they arrived? That's how long it took them to actually evaluate her, or is that how long you had to wait for them to arrive on scene?
I believe it took them about, let me think about this 1 second.
That's okay.
They completed their evaluation by 1450 hours. So by the time I arrived and requested for medical, that was about 1431 hours. I don't know exactly when they showed up, but they had completed their evaluation by 1450 hours.
Okay. And did you take a statement from Fatima at that time?
After being advised that she was to be transported to Providence St. Peter Hospital, I conducted a preliminary statement from her, or obtained a preliminary statement from her.
Were there any, let me back up. Did you make contact with anyone by the name of Isaiah Williams at that time?
I did.
And were you able to take a statement from him regarding those events?
At a later time.
Okay. And were his parents on scene at that time?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that the statement was taken, were his parents on scene?
They were.
Okay. Prior to that, were his parents on scene?
They were not.
Okay. Do you know about what time you took that statement from Isaiah?
About 15-45 hours.
Okay. And regarding Isaiah, were you able to observe whether he had any kind of markings or apparent external injuries on his person?
I did.
What did you observe?
He had a bump on above his left eyebrow or near his left temple. There was some redness and swelling. He also had small abrasion on his left cheek and some scratches on his left shoulder.
Did you take any photographs of those injuries that you identified?
I did.
And when and where did you take those photos?
After I conducted the audio and video recorded statement with the permission of his parents, I also took those photographs within that conference room, the same location where he was interviewed.
What was his demeanor when you observed him?
Overwhelmed, very emotional. As far as him providing me with information about his involvement.
And I don't want you to repeat anything he says. Okay.
I won't. He seemed to almost be kind of jumping around, like he didn't know how to gather his thoughts initially. So it seemed like a lot of what he was going through was a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Annie.
All right. Members of the jury, we are going to go ahead and recess for the day before the next series of questions for this witness. I truly thank you for your time and attention today. We anticipate starting back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please remember all of the instructions that I have given you about not discussing this case with anyone, not doing any independent research, not becoming exposed to any outside information from any source. And we'll look forward to seeing you in the morning. Thank you so much. And you may step down. We'll see you in the morning. Please be seated. Ms. Stone, as it relates to your expectation on the presentation of evidence tomorrow?
All right, it doesn't seem like they're going to have audio of them talking, which stinks. I was hoping that they would show us that, but apparently they are not going to. I mean, they're showing it, but they have the audio off. Don't know why, but yeah, doesn't seem like we're going to get to hear the judge talk. All right, so they are breaking. All right, so they have officially ended. All right, well, let's do a quick little recap here, what we saw for the afternoon. Let's see. Oh, yeah, so we heard from Mary Wagner, and then her husband, Josh, came out. Josh is a stand-up guy, right? He was in the Army for 13 years. He was in special ops as a mechanic. So he said, okay, so it was his birthday, which is really interesting because his wife said, oh, we were just, coming back from a late lunch or something. It was your husband's birthday. So he remembered. So he said it was his birthday. They were coming back from brunch with his wife. He said he saw a pack of kids and they were fighting, so he pulled over to help. He said, he approached the kids. He said if it was one-on-one, he wouldn't stop, but a huge mob of kids, he said, it seemed unjust. So he said he saw a grown man choking a young teenage girl. So he was on his back and he had the girl in a rear naked chokehold, and she was like on top of him, right? So I didn't see that in the video. I saw him on top of her. I didn't see her on top of him. So he says he knows that hold from military. That's where he says he was in the special ops. So he's trained for that chokehold. He said there was an adult woman. She was screaming and crying. He said there was 5 or so teenagers. They were trying to stop what was going on. He was focused on. He wasn't focused on the adult female. Ralph is having fun back there. Dude, what are you doing? All right, so she was not speaking English, he said. So Fatima's face was changing colors as she was being choked. He said she would have lost consciousness if he had not, if that had continued, I should say. He didn't say anything to the adult male. The teens didn't have any impact either. Said he was a decent sized guy, meaning his build was decently sized. He didn't speak with him during the event. He said the teenage girl, she seemed petite, but he did not speak with her. He said it was obviously the young girl was being choked, and so she got away once he took control of the situation, and he removed his arm from around her neck, and he held him until law enforcement arrived. And we saw that in the body cam. We saw him. Well, here, let me go to it. We can watch his body cam real quick. I'm sorry, we're going to watch the officer's body cam. We'll watch the officer's body cam, and you'll see Mr. Wagner here.
That's the suspect or victim?
That's the guy that was hitting the girl. Hey, God bless you. Hey, yeah, that's your say.
He did. He was trying to kill us.
All right, so that's Mr. Wagner right there. So that's they have his face blurred out, but that's Mr. Wagner right there holding down Ihsan.
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back now.
See if they show him again.
You guys step back.
All right, so that's Josh, Mr. Wagner helping out. That's Mr. Hung. I'm not even sure how you pronounce his name. I'm so sorry. Heang was the arresting officer there.
You can cross-reference my runaway.
All right, so I guess that's it. So that's it for that. All right, so that was Josh helping the officer. All right, let's see. So then Cross, he came upon the scene sometime after it started. So the young girl was on top. Mr. Ali was on his back. He was the one to make him let go. Ihsan tried to get up shortly after. Ihsan was not fighting back. And then on redirect, he and the one officer, he didn't ask him to step back or disengage. So he was helping. Yeah, so he's obviously helping the law enforcement. Ihsan tried to get up and he didn't allow him to. Ihsan released Fatima because he got involved. So if he hadn't got involved, she would have probably been, it might have been a lot worse for her. Let's put it that way. So then we have school resource officer Justin Beltran. He's on the stand right now. So he got to school, I think he said around 2, school lets out around 2:40. So Timberline isn't his primary. That's Alicia Howard. I'm guessing we're going to hear from Alicia Howard. The incident happened on a Friday, so he covers for other people on a Friday. He said he was about 4th or 5th on the scene, so it was his task to go and find Fatima. So she was in the back office with the nurse. He asked if she needed medical, and he was told yes. So that's when he called fire department, the EMT, EMS. He said their evaluation took about 11 minutes. And then after she was advised to go to the hospital, he took a preliminary statement from her. He also took statements from Isaiah and his parents. Remember, Isaiah is the boyfriend. He said he had a bump above his left eye, small abrasions on his left cheek, scratches on his left shoulder. So he must have fallen. I know he got punched. So he must have gotten punched and then fallen back on his left side. So I would have thought he would have had something here on his right. But anyway, Isaiah was very emotional and seemed like he was going through a lot. So Kelly says, was the eldest daughter, I think, saying, officer, he did nothing wrong? She was saying that they're attacking her dad, right? That she was all bent out of shape because she felt that everybody was attacking her dad. That's why she was upset. So I think Kelly, I think she said, he did nothing wrong, something to that effect. If not those exact words, that was definitely the sentiment. So, all right. So the uncle is in Canada. Yeah, I think there's 2 little kids there, 2 boys, right? 3 and 5, something like that. Deborah says, imagine it was and is traumatic for Isaiah too. Yeah. I am sure. Absolutely. Let's see what else. Anything else, guys, before we call it a night? You can hear Rafa now. Rafa's getting in. Everybody's getting fed. Aaron's feeding the kitties right now. All right, so I'm going to call it a night. Appreciate you guys all for being here. Thank you to all the RA newcomers, and thank you, Scott, for the raid. I reached out to you, and hopefully you will reply to that. But thank you for sending a raid our way. Really appreciate that. Thank you to our mods. You guys did a great job, and thank you to Aaron. This is it's a hot topic, hot button issue or whatever. I know we can sometimes, it's emotional. I get it, and I just at the top of the broadcast, and now I will say, let's just be adults. Let's recognize that we each have our opinions. Let's be respectful of each other. Know that you're not going to win somebody over. We're all pretty much at the point, and I think of our lives where we're not really going to win somebody's, I'm not going to convince you of my position. You're not going to convince me of yours. I'll be open to your opinion. I respect your opinion, and maybe you will change my opinion. Who knows? I think if we do stay open, we might change our opinions. But when you just constantly are hitting the chat over the head with your opinion, it's just not, you're not going to win any supporters by doing that. So I just ask you, just be respectful to each other. We're a community that brings each other up. We don't tear each other down. And I do appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for the financial help for Pauly. Really, really do appreciate that. I'm going to call tomorrow morning when they open up and I will let you know when we have an appointment for her. But for now, thank you guys. Again, thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron, and thank you to all the newcomers from Scott's channel. Really appreciate that, you guys, and thank you for all that. Have a great night. I want to show you Super Bowl, but she's over there eating. Yeah, she's eating right now. So I usually end by showing you Super Bowl, but she's oh, here, maybe I can show you Polly. Let me see. Let me show you pictures of Polly. Let's see. Can I show you pictures of Polly? Let's see. So this was this was day 1. So this was day 1. So that's Polly on day 1. All right. So that was little Polly on day 1 with her little kittens. Let me see what else I have here. So this was day 2. Right now they're 5 weeks old, you guys, so they look a lot different. But this was day 2. Look at those little beans. Look at how cute they are. So that was them on day 2. So, all right, guys, have a great night. We will see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock. So we'll go on at like 8:45. I'm sorry. Hold on. That's our time will be 11:45. And we may do Stearns. I got to see what Stearns was all about. Aaron recorded it, so we'll probably do Stearns maybe around 10 or something like that. So anyway, Deborah, they grew up so fast. So, all right, guys. Oh, can I show you? Come here. There's a little Super Bowl. Hi. You gonna jump up there? So that's Super Bowl. That's my Pearl Eagle. Scratching for me to open the window. Oh, let's see. Sorry, guys. So sorry. All right. Have a great night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, and tomorrow at 11:45 Eastern, 12 noon, 11:45. Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah.